Providing a time to remember those lost by violent crime remains important to us and close to my heart. Personally, there are victims and their families that I've met under unfortunate circumstances of them being victims of violent crime or losing a loved one. Victims' Rights Week is a time that I can pause and remember them. We want to provide the same opportunity to our community members. This year we are doing so by conducting daily events during the week virtually and providing private time for the public to visit our Victim Memorial Wall, which serves as a location for friends and family to view their loved one's name and leave beautiful photos and heartfelt messages. We have maintained our commitment to ensuring that a victim's voice will be heard.
My name's Melissa Donaldson, and I'm the Director of Victim Services here in the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. Today marks the beginning of National Crime Victims' Rights Week 2022. I would like to share what virtual events we'll be putting on for the community. Tuesday, we start with a new program called Stories. It stands for Stories Told or Read in Empowering Spaces. The mission of Stories is to empower those impacted by trauma by using art and to raise awareness through the power of storytelling. There'll be an exhibition throughout the week showcasing survivor art. Wednesdays, we're bringing awareness to the impact sexual assault has on victims and our county. We're partnering with Riverside University Health Systems, Molina Healthcare, and the Safe Family Justice Centers to host a broad drive for sexual assault survivors. Evidence collection during a sexual assault exam is a crucial part of the forensic medical examination and usually includes keeping undergarments for the biological evidence that can be found on them. The purpose of this multi-agency broad drive is to have the ability to provide a replacement bra to the victim when the exam is completed and also to bring awareness. On Thursday, you're going to see our fabulous facility dog, Canine Rachel. You will see and hear about the amazing work she does with the abused children we serve. The comfort she provides to the children in court helps them cope with the trauma they have endured and helps them tell their story. We end the week by honoring and memorializing those who have tragically lost their lives to crime by sharing each and every name. We know being a victim of a crime can be catastrophic to you and your family. Here at the Riverside County DA's office, we strive to not only hold those who commit crimes accountable, but also to provide victims of crime with resources, support, and guidance as we help families navigate the criminal justice system. A victim's voice will be heard.
All right, thank you. I believe Joanna Machuka from the Riverside County District Attorney's Office is with us this evening. Joanna, please come up. Is there anything you would like to say?
Yes, I would like to.
Use them. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Thank you. I would just like to thank the board members and the City of Palm Springs for recognizing this important week and the support and supporting the work that we do day in and day out throughout the year to assist victims and having their rights enforced, reaching out and guiding them through the criminal justice system and providing services available for them to help rebuild their lives once they're victims of crime. So thank you so much. We look forward to having our in-person vigil next year where we will honor all survivors of crime and just memorialize the victims who've lost their lives. Thank you.
And now Councilmember Holstage will read a proclamation for National Crime Victim Rights Week.
Thank you so much for you and your colleague for being here. We appreciate all your work on behalf of victims throughout the county. So thank you very much. And I've had the privilege of working with the Victim Services Department as well as the Family Justice Center. So I know that firsthand that you do excellent work. So we have a proclamation to present to you on behalf of the entire City Council. It says, whereas the City of Palm Springs with the Riverside County District Attorney's Office acknowledges that the 2022's National Crime Victims' Rights Week theme is rights, access, and equity for all victims, and whereas the theme's 3 pillars underscore the importance of helping crime survivors find their justice by enforcing victims' rights, expanding services, and ensuring quality and inclusion for all, and whereas the victims' rights movement has resulted in the passage of laws at the local, state, and federal levels that have established essential rights for victims, and whereas Crime Victims' Rights Acts passed here in California and at the federal level and has provided victims with ways to participate meaningfully throughout the criminal justice process. And whereas the rights of crime victims are best protected when all participants in the criminal justice process, not only victims, are appropriately educated about victims' rights. And whereas we must help victims access the justice, assistance, and support they need to rebuild their lives. And whereas advocacy by and for victims of crime is itself a form of seeking justice, no less than justice sought in the courts. And whereas the accomplishments of the victims' rights movement achieved through compassion and collaboration and built on the courageous advocacy of individual victims and their families across the country inspire in us hope for future progress and greater healing. And whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the right to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, builds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems, whereas we are determined to respond to crime and violence by helping victims find not only support, recovery, and justice, but also a sense of hope for their future. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit, ensuring that accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, Division of Victim Services, is dedicated to guiding victims through the criminal justice system and strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim service providers, and bringing hope and healing to all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through April 30th, 2022 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, affirming the city's commitment to supporting the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, Division of Victim Services, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime. So thank you very much for your work, and we have a proclamation for you to ensure that we participate in this really important week of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is a proclamation for National Arab American Heritage Month, and that will be read by Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Thank you. Whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, culture, and whereas since migrating to America, men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in the entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. And whereas the history of Arab Americans in the U.S. remains neglected or defaced by misconceptions, bigotry, and anti-Arab hate in the forms of crimes and speech. And whereas Arab American issues such as civil rights abuses, harmful stereotyping, and bullying must be combated in the forms of education and awareness. And whereas they join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe. And whereas the incredible contributions and heritage of Arab Americans have helped us build a better nation. And whereas the Arab America Foundation celebrates the contributions Arab Americans have made to society. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim April 2022 to be National Arab American Heritage Month, and we encourage our citizens to join us in this special observance. And this proclamation will be sent to the Arab America Foundation, who is going to be collecting these from all sorts of cities across the nation. So thank you for their work on that.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order of add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on the consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for a separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? And I will make note that I will be recusing myself on item 1B as in Bilardo, as there was a reimbursement for a travel claim included on that for me. Are there any other items for recusal or for removal from the consent calendar? Councilmember Woods.
I have no items I actually want to remove at this point, but I do want to make a comment about several of the items, and I'm not sure when the appropriate time to do that is, if it's now or when we actually make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Why don't you go ahead and do that now?
So I just want to, we went through this last time with one of our purchasing things when we were looking at purchasing shade structures, and what we were looking at is to make sure that the that our vendors actually enforce their non-discrimination policies. And I just want to ensure that as we look at some of these, we do the same due diligence on several of these are purchasing. We do the same due diligence to make sure that transgender people or people of color or gay and lesbian people or whatever, that they're actually giving them the benefits that they give to the regular employees. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. Are there any other items for removal, abstention, or recusal? Seeing none?
Mayor, I'm sorry. As long as we're making comments, I do just want to point out a quick typographical error on item 1M, which is a proposal to waive fees associated with a movie series to be held at our downtown park. It incorrectly identified that movies will run on the third Thursday of every month. That would conflict with Village Fest. They will, in fact, be running the third Wednesday of each month. So just noting that typo.
All right, thank you. Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to also add, if I can, about item 1E, 1M, the waiver of fees related to the Palm Springs Cultural Center use of the downtown park for an outdoor summer movie series. I just wanted to thank the Cultural Center for bringing that forward. I think that's something and a type of programming for the community that we've talked about for many, many years in the city of Palm Springs, and it's great to see our downtown park being used for free events for the community. So I applaud staff for bringing this forward to waive those fees and invite other community groups and members to produce free events there at the downtown park for our entire community to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make two notes regarding the order of the agenda. Given the number of public speakers that we have and the importance of the discussion, item 3A, discussion of potential reparations program, will be taken up immediately after consent calendar is concluded. We will then revert back to our normal agenda schedule, but I would like to make note that item 3B on boards and commissions is one that we will discuss after we have completed our discussion on reparations and make a determination as to whether or not we will go forward with that discussion on item 3B this evening. We have at present approximately 50 individuals that will be coming forward for public comment, and it is unlikely that we will be able to conclude all of our discussion, listen to everyone, and still be able to have a full, complete discussion of the boards and commissions this evening. So with that, could I get a motion to accept the agenda in a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
We got to get back used to doing it electronically again. So
We will be taking voice votes because.
we're going to be taking voice votes this evening? All right.
That's
Then
correct.
we have a motion from Councilmember Holstage and a second from, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor? We're doing
All those in favor?
aye.
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 Move.
All right.
Motion carries.
All right. With that, we will now go to a report of closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier tonight to discuss the items that are listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action. Thank you.
All right. Public testimony is the next item. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note the testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment on subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. We will first call on all of the individuals who would like to speak who are present here in council chambers, and then we will begin the process of making phone calls to all of the individuals who have previously identified that they want to speak this evening. Again, we will give 2 minutes. We have approximately 50 speakers. We ask that you give us all of your comments that you have. We hope that this is a very respectful conversation that we have. We know that we want to hear from absolutely everyone who wants to speak to us. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll or call the public speakers?
Delia Ruiz.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Delia Reese. I am a Mexican woman who was born and raised on Section 14 since 1951. I am speaking in support of, and I am one of the Palm Springs Section 14 Survivors Group. There has been so much damage done to us, and no amount of monetary compensation could ever be enough to remedy the problems and damages that have trickled down through the generations. It's hard to listen to the public call in during the city council meetings and express their opinions against reparations. Until they have experienced what we have, they cannot understand the pain and anguish that we have gone through. As I read the staff reports and other articles, it breaks my heart to hear us being called relocatees. We didn't leave because we wanted to. We left because we were forced out. We are victims, not relocatees. Also written in these reports is when the monetary compensation is talked about, it is called a gift. This gift is reimbursement for the homes that were taken from us. It's not a gift. No one repaid my father and mother for the money they paid to build their home. They paid rent for the space their home was built on. But the house itself was built by them and paid for with their hard-earned money. You don't just snatch someone's home away and tell them to move on with nothing in their pockets. And you don't give them 30 days in which to do so. And to add insult to injury, you make it sound like you're willing to give us a gift. A gift is something voluntarily transferred by one person to another. That is not the case here. Reparations is the act of making amends for a wrong or injury. This gift is a reparation or making amends for a wrong that has been done to us. The city has recently voted to provide $200,000 towards a transgender income pilot. It's due to the discrimination they have been subjected to. People of color have been discriminated against all their lives. We are all human beings. Don't treat us with disrespect and hate, as if we have no feelings or are too ignorant to understand the depth of this atrocity. Please listen to the request of the Section 14 survivors, those most impacted, and the community groups that have come together in unity. Thank you.
Alvin Taylor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lisa Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, City Council members and staff. My name is Alvin Taylor. I lived on and survived Section 14 city engineer at Holocaust. I'm here to support Section 14 survivors, which I'm also a member of. I'd like to thank the city for your apology and intentions to set right the wrongs done and harms caused Section 14 victims. The city of Palm Springs talks about not being proud of the past that they played while at the same time continuing to bring more harm. For example, every time I read the city council staff report or a newspaper article, I see the language changed to minimize what actually occurred. You know, as though you're looking for an easier, softer way. You know, victims of this horrible atrocity are now being called relocatees. We're not relocatees, you're relocatees. You moved from wherever city that you moved from to settle here in Palm Springs. I was born here in Palm Springs on Section 14. My mom and dad were hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of Palm Springs. I'll never forget as a young boy how you forced us to move. We were herded off like sheep and cattle out of our homes, disregarded as humans, and forced to move. We're forced to move victims, not relocatees. We were forced to move without forced to move relocation fees. This has had a very negative impact in my life, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I'm sick and tired of people who never lived on Section 14 getting up and opening up their mouth, speaking about the experiences that they never had. If you didn't live there then, you have no idea of the fear, the dread, and the trauma which took place. It's time for justice to prevail. Let's repair the harms done. Whether you call it restitution or reparation, monies need to be paid. And I'm reminded in closing of one of the biggest and most important rules that I've ever heard. And it's taken from Luke chapter 6, verse 31, and it says, "Do to others as you would have them do to you." Thank you.
Willie Moore.
I just wanted to say my parents was on the reservation in 1949. And during that time, we had a home, we had places and stuff to do and stuff. And then all of a sudden, we got a thing, 30 days, we got to get out. So half our stuff we never even got. It got pushed up and burnt up and stuff. And I think something should be done about that. We should get some kind of a reparation for that. And it was just a terrible thing to experience. You stay somewhere, then all of a sudden you got to get out. And you lose half of your property. So my parents lost a lot of stuff by being pushed out. I hope you would take everything under consideration and do the right thing. Thank you.
Rhonda Hart.
Mayor, Council, I'm Rhonda Hart, the Chair of the Human Rights Commission. However, tonight, my comments are from me as a resident and a candidate for City Council in District 3. I'd also like to acknowledge the family members that are here that are the descendants of those that were displaced. I applaud Council on working to right the wrongs from 60 years ago. Council has done the right thing and acknowledged the potential reparations for residents evicted from Section 14. Discussing reparations after issuing an official public apology for the city's role in evicting individuals from Section 14 is the right thing to do. Working with the community and representatives of those who lost their homes and property and their descendants to discuss how they would like to see this process administered is the right thing to do. Item 3A in front of Council is the right thing to do. I encourage Council to continue the conversation with the community to propose a specific plan with a budget and with the support of those directly impacted and their descendants. I'm supportive of making good for the ills caused by the city. That is the right thing to do. However, I need to better understand the plan, the impact, and how the relocatees, in quotation, and their descendants will be made whole. I don't have enough information. Let's stop using that word relocatees. These are residents who were traumatized at the city's hand. Their homes and personal property were destroyed. These are people and families who were treated unfairly and their rights disregarded. They are victims of unjust actions. I suggest that the Council's Social Justice Committee or the Human Rights Commission might be in a position to share the background and details of potential reparations with the community. It's important that we bring our entire community forward as to why reparations are the right thing to do, and it's important that we take the necessary time to raise awareness and broaden the understanding of potential reparations. I encourage Council to make those displaced whole. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Pastor Carl McPeters.
My name is Carl McPeters. I pastor in the city of Indio, California. But I grew up, forgive me, Mayor, I want to acknowledge I'm Mayor Pro Tem Gardner and all the council members, men and women. I'm here because of my parents. My parents moved here back in the late 50s, 1957, they moved here. They left Texas. What they thought they were leaving behind was some of the racial prejudice that was much more visible in Texas. There were colored water fountains and all kinds of very derogatory things that existed back then. And they thought that coming to California, they would find a better life and a better place to raise their children free from racial discrimination. Taking from the words of Dr. King, his dream was that one day his children would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the contents of their character. And so they left and came here, only to discover that I guess some of the relatives that they thought they got away from in Texas moved out here to California and experienced the same racial bigotry that existed in Texas. My mom and dad are hardworking people. My mom worked at Desert Hand Laundry. I don't know if any of you remember the old Desert Hand Laundry. But my mom worked when we came. She had 8 kids, 2 sets of twins. I'm one of the sets. And my dad worked at Hinkle and Johnson's gas station. Mom and dad never took handouts, never took welfare. I don't know if there was even food stamps back then. But they taught us, instilled us in principles of hard work and being the best you could be. And unfortunately, even back then, we had to be 10 times better than our peers. And so I remember as a child, I was quite young back then, 7, 8 years old, but I remember playing I have a map there. I could show you what my dad took me where we lived. My mom and dad built a home, which is now Desert Highlands Community Center, what was called back then the North End. They moved us to the north end of town. There was nothing out there but rocks and a lot of wind. But they did not complain. They just rolled up their sleeves, put their boots on. They worked hard to build a home and a community for their children. And I'm proud to stand. My dad left here and went to heaven in 2017, but my mom still resides at 362 West Palm Vista Drive. I don't consider myself a relocated. I don't. My calling is in the ministry, and I was sent by my call from God to pastor in Indio. So I guess you can blame God for my not living in Palm Springs. My choice of cities would have been Palm Springs. I grew up here. But I'm not a relocatee, and none of us are. It would be like telling the Indians who were on the Trail of Tears
Your time has elapsed. If you
that they cannot get any reparations because they were forced to leave. I support Sister Pearl Taylor and the survivors of Section 14, that the city, Warren Miller, and forgive me, Warren Miller, who's Attorney General in 1965, wrote a report regarding the incident. And he concluded that what the city of Palm Springs did, although wasn't deemed criminal, he said it was uniquely insensitive for what the city of Palm Springs did, and to continue to use insensitive words still suggests that nothing.
Thank you, sir. Betty Brown, you are live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
My name is Betty Hall Brown, and I'm a Section 14 survivor. I was not born in Palm Springs. However, my mother and I moved to Palm Springs when I was 3 years old. We lived with my grandfather on El Segundo. One day after returning home from school, I was greeted with a burned down home. Me and my family was all traumatized to find that our home was burned to the ground and all of our worldly goods and possessions was destroyed. I later found out the sole purpose for burning down our homes was so that the city of Palm Springs could build hotels and other buildings for enrichment. However, the city has no regards for the families that lived in the area. Although the city has acknowledged and apologized for the damage, I strongly believe that this is unjust enrichment of the city of Palm Springs, give rise to the obligation of the city to repay direct survivors of injustice that was committed against us and our families. I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Larry Holland, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Larry Holland. I was born on Section 14, August 9th, 1953. My father, Willie Holland, came from Carthage, Texas to Palm Springs in pursuit of a better opportunity than the one that he left behind in Jim Crow southern cities. He worked in construction and as a gardener to many of the dignitaries in the Palm Springs area. contributing to the fabric of the Palm Springs community. What some have inferred is that the group of people on Section 14 lived in squalor. These conditions were what the residents were expected to accept and pay for, as there were no other reasonable living arrangements available. The good, hardworking men and women on Section 14 made the best of the situation. They taught their children to persevere in spite of obstacles. Some have inferred that because of the city's actions, we were saved from what they described as a dismal existence and thrived going forward as a result of their action. As a descendant of Section 14, I am a graduate of Occidental College and have 3 daughters who have advanced graduate degrees in various disciplines. I contend that it is not because of the saving grace of the city of Palm Springs and their forced removal of the residents at that time, but in spite of it, that many have survived and succeeded on some level. It wasn't the fact that we were removed under duress, but the manner in which it occurred, without concern, without direction, without moral benevolence, and without compensation. The unrecognized and common law partners in the marriage between the city of Palm Springs and the tribes were the men, women, and children of Section 14, whose hearts and souls were snatched away unceremoniously. Fair compensation is the only hope for righting a long-standing wrong. My 98-year-old father and the many elders who have gone to glory before him deserve better than to be dismissed the way that they have been. Thank you for your time.
Dieter Crawford.
Good evening, council, staff, community members. I see we got a lot of the elders in the building, so I want to make sure I acknowledge them. My name's Dieter Crawford. I live in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood where my family's lived for over 60 years. My family moved here to Palm Springs in the early 1950s and settled on the Section 14 of the Agua Caliente Indian Reservation. Like most minority residents, due to de facto segregation and deed restrictions at the time. Homeowners who leased lots on Section 14 saw their homes destroyed without notice and their personal property burned. About 1,000 people were involved in the evictions and 200 homes were demolished. Today, we know an average home in Palm Springs is $1.3 million, but not only did Palm Springs destroy our homes, they also stripped us of institutional wealth. So Black, Indigenous, and people of color, we developed our own religious and social and cultural institutions on Section 14. We had meeting places for these groups, including private homes, as well as communal buildings. And these institutions provided social support, fellowship opportunities, and means of expressing cultural identity for communities of color. During times of hardship, these institutions were rallying points for our close-knit community and a vehicle for connecting the larger political, social, and ideological issues of the time. So I just want to make sure that we make note of that as well, the institutions that we lost and that were broken up that were on Section 14. As we heard here, a lot of the elders, they want monetary payments. A lot of them are older. They probably won't be around much longer. A lot of our elders have already passed away. So we want to make sure that we get them monetary payments as well as home buyers assistance and educational scholarships, business grants, and nonprofits. Once again, my name is Dieter Crawford. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Mickey Brown.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor. I would like to say I thank you for coming to the table finally and accepting your responsibility. Things happen in life. We're not all perfect, but me, myself, and I'm representing the Brown family and one of them that had just talked, I had got most of the impact in '63. I was a toddler that got badly burnt from here. this side and my leg. This is my oldest sibling out of my father's 5 kids, Nehemiah Brown, that officially moved there in the 50s. They were there first, Sammy Brown, and my sister, older sister, that's 82, Gertrude Brown. I'm the baby on their father's side, and I'm the second to the baby on my mother's side, Irma Walton. So what I'm here to say is I vaguely remember things, but the history that I went in over the years and did my research, it's not just also Section 14. We got displaced, misplaced, and you're trying to erase us on a north end of Palm Springs that you put us on where we couldn't even buy homes. We couldn't even buy vehicles. We had to get our properties put in Caucasian people's name. One of the ladies' name was Mrs. Virginia Lee. That was very nice to my family. I remember her like it was yesterday. It was so hot when you put us in those barracks on the north end that was military bases. I have pictures, I have documents, I have times, I have photos. I even have things of Mr. Beauregard saying slur racist statements. You put us on a toxic soil that I've been fighting you guys for years coming here, that our peoples are dying from young to old to baby rapidly from asbestos. A silver top apartment that got tore down because of the contamination, where I paid myself, did a video 15 years ago with Sonny Holland, Larry Holland, when we got the gym of the North End cleaned up with botulism and asbestos. You did nothing but try to discredit me and erase me, but God is not going to allow it. The blood is on your hands with your generations of kids that's out here homeless today. And I'm trying not to be racist, but I have lived to see some things. If you don't amend and make right with justice that's directly serve to our people, you haven't seen nothing yet. This stuff is going to be chaotic. We're already in a war with Ukraine, innocent people, because one man wanted to start a war for his self-gain, and innocent lives are being shed. We don't want that same thing happen here in our own backyard if you guys don't make amend of what you have started and do right by our people of Afro-American. That's it.
Michael Elliman, you are live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mikhail Elamin. My call is an individual independently. I speak for myself. I'm a survivor and descendant of Section 14. My parents came there in the early 40s. I was born in 1948 in Section 14 and went to school there. It seems like the City Council wants to thank you acknowledging the wrong. They want to acknowledge that they did wrong. Okay, thank you. But 60 plus years and we're still getting apologies. It's disrespectful to me that after 60 plus years, you can't tell survivors or descendants if there's a represent on the table. If there is one, anyway, if you have a task force, a change of reparations, do your panel make decisions so economics can begin calculations? There are 5 kinds of reparations. 5 kinds of reparations, and you haven't mentioned what ones you're going to put on the table. So you're keeping the people in the dark. A wrong was done, and it doesn't take 60 years to realize that, and you keep going. How long is this going to go on? This is the kind of action that prolongs and destroys trust. If you want reparations programs, why haven't you done this in the past? I read that you want to have reparation programs, education projects. Then this should have been done on your time, on your funds, all the time you've been in city council all these years. I don't know how long you plan on dragging this out, but all the callers and talkers is about the same thing. You know injustice was done. You know injustice was done. Why do you have to have people talking about it? Keep bringing it up before you make a move on it.
Thank you, sir. Gary Holland, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Gary Holland, and I am calling on behalf of the Palm Springs Section 14 survivors, as I am one. I was a child when the atrocity took place against us on what we call the reservation. Homes were bulldozed and burnt down. People lost their worldly possessions. People were displaced and some with nowhere to go. Homes were actually set on fire while people were still in them. We personally lost our 2-bedroom trailer and a big room that my dad had built on the back. If I was to compare this to what's going on in Ukraine and Russia today, I would say that it is tantamount just on a pine needle scale. No deaths. City manager wants to call reparations a gift. I beg to differ. A gift is what the U.S. is giving Ukraine by helping to save their world. Our world was torn apart by our own city in our own country, which we all share together. There needs to be compensation. When it comes to the conversation with the statue of Mr. Bogart, I believe that this statue should be put in a museum so that those who wish to see it can visit it. He may have done good things for the city, but it only displays a negative representation for those who've suffered by the horrible decision-making on his behalf. Now, what we are seeking for is monetary compensation for direct survivors, community resource for descendants and survivors, affordable housing, educational grants, business grants, business opportunity, grants to memorialize historical significance, documents, exhibits, and educational curriculum, memory statues, street names, grants for nonprofit organizations already providing community service. And I'd just like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you so much.
Vera Abner, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you, Council and all city members. My name is Vera Abner. My husband, Joe Abner, is a Section 14 survivor. I'm relaying this message on his behalf for him. I am 72 and was a teenager at the time and lived on Section 14 in Palm Springs, California, and saw firsthand the horror and injustice that was done to my family as well as other families there. Coming home, seeing homes bulldozers and set on fire, very horrifying and unjustified. One of the worst experiences I've seen in my life. I feel we need to be compensated financially for the injustice that was done. My name is Mr. Joe Abner Sr., one of the Section 14 survivors. Thank you for your time.
David Weiner, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin.
Great. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. This is David Weiner. I'm an 18-year resident of Palm Springs and fellow City Council, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm calling about a couple of items, but most importantly, to me is item 3A, discussion of reparations for the victims of Section 14, whatever you want to call it, evictions in the 1950s and 60s. I read this staff report. I was a little dismayed with some of the language used. I don't think that the people affected were relocatees. They were victims. We took their land, or rather we took their houses and evicted them, and we wiped out, as a city, intergenerational wealth that is literally, I don't even think you can, dollars at today's rates. And it's not enough to housing solution. I know that there were meetings, you guys met with the victims, the survivors committee, and they specifically asked for reparations, which is appropriate. We as a city, stole their property and moved it out and burned their houses down. Sometimes.
Mr. Weiner, we have a poor connection. We will try to give you a call back. I'm back on the line. Tell him he has another minute. Jason Olvera, you're live at the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin.
My name is Jason Olvera. I am writing in support of the Section 14 survivors. I want to thank the Palm Springs City Council for acknowledging the wrong and for issuing an official apology. I am a descendant of the Section 14 survivors. My grandfather built a home with his own hands for my grandmother, my mother, and her siblings to grow up in. This home was demolished illegally by the city of Palm Springs. I believe the ripple effects of being forced out of our family home and community led to my grandfather committing suicide. It also caused anger, alcoholism, and drug use in our family that has been passed from generation to generation and continues today. I believe the illegal act of destroying our family home in Section 14 has had a continued economical strain on our family that continues to the present day. Only having 2 minutes of your time is not nearly enough of your attention to express the negative impact that my family has experienced from these selfish acts. Apologizing is not enough for the suffering that the city of Palm Springs has caused on the Section 14 survivors, including my family. The survivors of Section 14 should not only receive monetary reparation, but also receive everything they are asking for. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Weiner, you're live at the City Council. You have about a minute left for your comments.
Okay, sorry about that. I hope this connection is better. As I was saying, really, I think what's most important is that we listen to the victims of Section 14 and what they want. And, my understanding, that's reparations. And it's not just enough to offer reparations to the people that survived or their descendants that are still in Palm Springs. We know who these people are. We can find them, and we should be paying reparations to anybody affected, whether they have moved out of the city limits or not. Real quick, I want to also address item 2C, and the proposal by the police chief, as I read it, is not compliant with AB 481. I think if we're going to talk about the militarization of the Palm Springs Police Department, at a minimum, we need to.
Mr. Weiner, we'll call you for 2A or 2C when it's time. Gary Grizel, you're live at the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, Palm Springs City Council. Oh, sorry, I had a back from you guys. Okay, I'll start now. Hello, Palm Springs City. My name is Gary Grizel. I am Section 14 survivor. Born to Holland, Lee Grizel, and Teresa Grizel in 1956. As they were building and nurturing our family as Section 14 victim, with several of my aunts and uncles from Merle family, all greatly affected mentally and physically from this ill-planned eviction and removal of the Section 14. Shortly afterwards, my father passed away. Now a single mother, she pushed onward to survive amid this horrible removal. I am calling to support Section 14 survivors for compensation for the harm done to our parents by the city of Palm Springs leaders. Many of this class minorities were highly motivated not only to help develop the great city of Palm Springs, but very instrumental in community development programs and education. For this reason, I realized why my mother never told me about this tragic episode, because I didn't remember in their life. They did not want to pass their discouragement on to us. My aunts and uncles motivated the entire family to have better lives.
This is why I went on to college, even though I have not yet returned. My history and many family and friends are still there. Today, Palm Springs City Council, please look through your eyes to see yourself returning home from a hard day of work to see your home burning or demolished to the ground. This history of Palm Springs, California was a horrifying shock to them to live through, has returned to the decision to find out at this point in our lives what happened to them affecting their plight for survival. Today, we relive the horrified event in their life. I have a question to the Palm Springs City Council. What and why the urgency to push the people of Section 14 out of their homes, off their property, in such a horrified...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Mr. Payne, can you mute your audio, please? You're next. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Payne?
Yes.
I need you to mute. Gary Payne, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jerry Payne. My grandfather, back in the early 1940s, moved his family, 5 children, to Palm Springs from Texas. And the very reason that he moved from Texas to Palm Springs and California is to have a better life. And in Palm Springs, the same thing happened in Palm Springs that was the reason that he left because of the inhumane treatment of people of color and the atrocities of them there in the South. But when he moved here, we had we were being relocated and forced out of our homes without notice or reason. Homes were bulldozed down, burned to the ground, and burned to the ground while you were away, leaving families with nowhere to go. And I was a child then, so I didn't understand why this was happening. But I did understand that this was wrong and an injustice. So yes, we want reparation. And you are in the right direction, but you still have a long ways to go to rectify this injustice. So put yourselves in our shoes and ask, what is enough? And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Monroe Mabone, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin. Mr. Mabone, you may begin.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, city officials, and the community. I am Attorney Monroe Mabon. I, along with my associate and co-counsel, Barry Bennett, we represent the survivors and descendants of Section 14. We appear here this evening to communicate to you that we're willing to sit down and enter into negotiations that would bring about a resolution that's beneficial to all parties concerned. We realize that there are some things in the history of America that we're not proud of. We need to be aware and recognize that history, but we also need to move forward and build a better community, a better city, a better nation, a better world. I look forward, I and my associate, sitting down with you and working to bring about a just and equitable and amenable
remedy to all parties concerned. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Ben Mayfield, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Mayfield. I'm a Section 14 survivor, and my contribution to this evening meeting is my writing, and the title of my writing is Home. Home, the place we shelter in for security, the place where we form the ideas and values of our lives and our children's lives, the place we hold as our inner sanctum, our sanctuary, the place where we teach our children of the rewards for working hard, being God-fearing, honest, and doing the right thing. Home can be a tent, a mansion, or anything in between. Home is community. Home is culture. Home is the place of loving hugs, warm acceptance. Home is the place where we collect our memories, special moments, and realizing that all things are possible, no matter what the odds are. So imagine that one day you go to work and you go to their prospective schools. A very typical day in your life. Perhaps it is a Wednesday, and you are anticipating a lesson that you're going to bring this evening at Bible study. Perhaps you might be rushing home today to hold your little baby that just arrived home with mom. Finally, it's 5 p.m. and it's time to go home. As you're getting closer to your home, your community, you see smoke in the distance. When you pull into your neighborhood, you realize that it is your home that is burning, and the smoldering remnants of your sanctuary, your inner sanctum. You also smell that putrid, yet all too familiar stench of racism that has come from the Deep South, Section 14 in Palm Springs, California. So all of you that can hear this, please share, and as family members and associates, young and old, just one question. If your home was illegally destroyed without the due process of law or any consideration of human decency, should you be compensated?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Jeff Jones, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Middleton and City Council members. My name is Jeff Jones. I reside at 372 South Water Road. My comments concern item 2A. Regarding the proposed nightclub.
Sir, oops. We'll call him back. Elizabeth Dolores, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, good evening to all my neighbors, workers, and visitors of the City of Palm Springs. My name is Elizabeth Dolores, and I'm a resident of Palm Springs since 1996. I grew up here, I work here, I live here. In this aesthetically beautiful city, we are fair people, but yet hide our ugly past. We do what's right here. We need to right our wrongs, but the residents of Section 14, survivors of Section 14. We must support our neighbors in full reparations of their land, their dignity, where we have more than enough evidence of our mistakes and mistreatment of our Black and Brown community. 26 years in this wonderful city, and I can say that I've been an example of what it is to be just. I went to school with affected family members of this betrayal, and I know my daughter also has descendants as friends. And as friends of affected families, I have seen how this violent, unfair action has affected them. Let's do right. We're better by this. I also suggest that we obtain some of the money for these survivors by taxing these Airbnbs and Airbnbs and vacation rentals. A charge is their $1 million industry and on stolen land, as well as from the Bogart estate. Please, let's do what's right. Let's right our wrong and protect our survivors and be better and be an example, not just to our state, our country, but to the world. Let's do what's right, Palm Springs. And I yield my time.
Kavon Ward, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kavon Ward, and I am the founder of Justice for Bruce's Beach and CEO and founder of Where's My Land. Where Is My Land is a national organization focused on reclaiming land stolen from Black Americans or obtaining restitution in cases where stolen land can't be returned. And I serve as an advocate for the Section 14 survivors. Section 14 survivors have survived a lot. Now is the time for them to thrive in a world they've had to navigate for far too long with PTSD. While I am grateful to the city of Palm Springs for understanding the assignment, stepping up and doing what cities like Manhattan Beach were too racist and afraid to do, which is apologize, I would like to urge you all to complete the assignment and seriously consider paying compensatory damages for the harm your city admitted to inflicting upon Section 14 survivors and their ancestors. Now is the time for repair. And reparative justice is not telling a group of Black people you harmed what redress is. Reparative justice is not pushing forward a lackluster agenda and hoping to get public recognition for being trailblazers. It is listening to the people who are harmed and seriously considering what they deem necessary to remedy the wounds the city of Palm Springs inflicted. Reparative justice is not forcing your ideals of reparations down their throats and telling them to be happy they get something. Something is not enough. This country has expected us to be happy with the scraps they've thrown our way for far too long, and you all have the unique opportunity to change that and to set a precedent. Now is the time for redress. Now is the time to decolonize the way in which this country sees and implements reparative justice for Black people. Now is the time for you all to pick a side. And I hope and I pray you choose to be on the right side of history and do what you say you do for victims of criminal harm. And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the people you silenced for so long, the Section 14 survivors. Thank you.
Melissa Dolores, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Melissa Dolores, and I work for Live to Rise. I'm also a resident of Palm Springs District 1. I wanted to speak here tonight to offer some data that speaks to why Live to Rise and our partners are calling for you to meaningfully involve the participation and feedback of Section 14 survivors and descendants as you consider restorative justice for them, including monetary compensation and community improvement measures. The connection between the destruction of 200 homes of families of color in Section 14 and contemporary racial inequalities in home ownership rates and income is without question. In Palm Springs today, 41% Black households own their homes, compared to 71% of non-Hispanic white households. And census data reveals that homeowners in Palm Springs earn double what renters earn. In terms of income, the census data reveals that the median income among Black households in Palm Springs is $43,125 compared to $104,000 among non-Hispanic white households. These outcomes continue to impede the ability of Black households to build generational wealth. Beyond barriers of generational wealth building, the Section 14 survivor families face the cost of relocation, replacing belongings, and suffering emotional trauma due to these actions of the city of Palm Springs. The results of these actions are visible in North Palm Springs, Desert Highlands Gateway Estates neighborhood, where many displaced families relocated. 41% of children there live below the poverty line, which is more than double the rate countywide, 16%. The median household income in Desert Highlands Gateway Palm residents overall is $36,321 per year, about $20,000 lower than citywide median household income. For these reasons, we urge you to meaningfully address these disparities, which can be traced back to the city's actions decades ago, by quickly effectuating monetary compensation to Section 14 survivors and their descendants.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Robert Taylor, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Robert Taylor, and I'm a part of the Section 14 Survivor Group. I'm a current resident and was born and raised in Palm Springs. I would like to thank the Mayor and the City Council for your apology. I'm here to support the community decisions regarding what we are asking regarding reparations and restitutions. My parents were both hard-working people. My father, Robert Taylor, was a carpenter, and our home that he built with his own hands was destroyed. And he also helped to build the infrastructure of the city of Palm Springs. I'm asking the City Council for monetary compensation as well as community measures to be provided for the harm done to our families in this horrible housing destruction done by the city of Palm Springs. I ask that your apology be backed by action that's as close as possible to the degree of the wrong that was done. Please listen to the people and give them what they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Betty Mayfield Taylor, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
City Council and all. My name is Betty Mayfield Taylor, and I am a Section 14 survivor and council board member also. I come to support Palm Springs Section 14 survivors for compensation for the harm done on behalf of the city of Palm Springs from 1950 to 1965. Our parents were pioneers that moved from several southern states. They were told that there was plenty of work in Palm Springs and a new beginning for them. One came and hundreds followed. Our parents became hardworking individuals, helping to build the city of Palm Springs. They were treated as modern-day indentured servants with carrots or dreams dangled in front of them. They were promised for their hard work. But as we know, they would never receive great benefits such as a home ownership or entrepreneurship because the city of Palm Springs redlined them from being able to get loans, buy homes, and make a better life for us, their children. When the city got greedy, they convinced Agua Caliente Indians that they could get more money for that land and form commercial development. That's when they decided to push us out. The Indians were told to issue so-called 30-day notices of evacuation. However, some received a 30-day notice, but homes were demolished or burnt within 10 days. This was a wrong that was done by the city of Palm Springs. It was wrong from the start. As we see now, if we had resided at the property and homes had remained and built properly, that investment and the financial gain that would have been had would have been much greater than they were for those that had to be displaced, which were over 250 families. Palm Springs, you need to do what's right. Forge ahead, make this wrong a right. Be the first to correct the city's indiscretions formed by the then mayor, Frank Bogart. His wrongdoing by Palm Springs is in black and white, pardon the pun. But this needs to be done, and it needs to be done right, and it needs to be done right now. To date, many questions have been asked as to where the survivors are residing at this time in their life. Many have moved on past Palm Springs, but realize Palm Springs will always be a home. Most of you sitting at the city council are not Palm Springs born and bred, so these decisions at this time may fall on deaf ears. But realize, as survivors, we were born here, raised here, educated here. So regarding where we live now, that has no bearings on where we were in 1965. And thank you for your
Lorinda Sanders, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Lavinda Adams Saunders. First of all, I would like to thank the City of Palm Springs, the mayor, and the City Council for considering this initiative. My parents, myself, and 4 other siblings moved to Palm Springs from East Texas in November 1959. I am also a victim of Section 14. My dad moved us to Palm Springs in hopes of a better life from East Texas, which was a very racist environment. All but two of my family members remain. Myself and one brother, Johnny Adams. Like all others who've spoken before me, we are direct victims of this Section 14. We actually live there. The home that we occupied is there on the model road, right there where the old post office used to be. I remember it very well. We were given a short period of time to move. And unfortunately, we were forced into a one-room. The seven of us was forced into a one-room makeshift apartment out on the north end of town on Oasis Road. We had to put up sheets to divide up the living area. Those were the conditions we were forced to live in when we thought we were coming to a better life. I just feel that reparations and restitutions are in order for all direct survivors and descendants. And I just pray that the city do what's right. And I thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Soto, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. There's a few agenda items that I would like to speak to, in addition to the support for reparations for the victims of the Section 14, which I'm fully supportive of. There's several items also of note that I think are worthy of note. So the first one is around the policy for military equipment.
Ma'am, that's a public hearing item. You have to wait until that time.
Okay, well, I meant, so can I do 3B and 3C?
Yes, you may.
Sure. Okay, so then for item 3B, which is unclear if we're going to be able to get to talk to tonight, I know that I'm a member of the Measure J Commission, and there's been extreme frustration around communication with council, and I reviewed also the agenda item around kind of recommendations, and what I don't really see are kind of measurable or kind of clear indications of what success looks like 6 months, 12 months from now. And I'm frankly just a little concerned we're going to be at the same place a year from now than where we are. A few items to note around improving policies around commissions is I understand that there is a desire to be in unison with what the priorities of council are for the given year. But it seems to me that there's such an effort for everything to be in unison that we're moving at a snail pace. And that doesn't seem like the most efficient use of time for both the volunteers of the commission or for council, to be honest. And lastly, around item 3C, which is around the pilot for speed cameras. I don't really understand why there are other things that we can do to improve pedestrian safety, like increasing that are proven best practices around the built environment to improve walkability, to improve pedestrian safety, to make it just a safer place to walk and drive your car, to move so quickly to cameras that are monitoring drivers, where we could be, putting more crosswalks. We could fix the crosswalks that are broken downtown, which have been broken for over a year, where the lights are out.
Your time is up.
I really wish that we could kind of...
David Vignolo, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you, and good evening. And For the official record, I am speaking in my personal capacity as a resident of Palm Springs. As you consider potential reparation elements in programs for residents evicted from Section 14, I respectfully urge you to remember that any funding for monetary payments to those impacted by the Section 14 evictions is likely to a great extent to come from public funds. Even if the source of funding comes from the city's allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds, other grant funds, and or special funds to be established by the city, it will impact other residents and constituents who would be the beneficiaries of those funds through other programs. As the mayor previously noted, you have a responsibility when committing public funds to do so responsibly, prudently, and in such a way to achieve your desired goals. The staff report from November 18, 2021 identified several key questions for council to consider. I urge the council to take the time necessary to carefully think through the complexities of any reparations program and resist calls for fast-tracked monetary restitution. Thank you.
Gloria, Holland, Thompson, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay. Hello, I'm Gloria, Holland, Thompson, and a board member of the Palm Springs Section 14 Advisory Board. My family came from East Texas in the early 50s. I was born on the Agua Caliente Reservation where my parents had 5 children. I grew up in Palm Springs and still have a home there. I moved to Los Angeles after college and retired from a career in finance. I felt there were better opportunities away from Palm Springs. The harm that was done to our families are still being done today. Flooding our neighborhood with drugs, confiscating property through eminent domain, building communities around us that they can't afford, more working immigrants and citizens, building homeless shelters in our neighborhood for your children and undesirable. I can go on, but I only have 2 minutes. Your apology is fruitless if you try to shove something down our throat that fits your agenda. Instead, listen to what we feel will help us heal and move on from the evil that was done not so long ago to our families. We lost everything. And please do not consider reparation a gift. It is what is old and long overdue. My father was a master welder, carpenter, mechanic, and mason. My mother was a gifted businesswoman, like so many others in our community. We had something in our community that other communities would die for, and that is togetherness and love, and no one went without. Your engineered destruction of our community destroyed all of that. The living survivors do not need or want your program. That is for the descendants and their children. Survivors should be paid first and foremost, not another 50 years from now, but today. We are in our 60s and 70s and is not looking for housing or scholarship. It is known you did not wait forever to give the LBGT funds or build a homeless shelter in our neighborhood for your children and undesirable, so don't drag your feet with us. And please stop calling us evacuees. We were pushed, bulldozed, and burned out with no eviction notice. Call us what we were at the time, victims of an evil act, and now survivors.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Darius White, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin. Please mute your TV. Thank you. You may begin.
Okay. My name is Darius White. I'm a descendant of Section 14, and my mother and uncles are survivors. As a young man, a youth, I heard stories from my mom and uncles that seemed to be a good life for them on the reservation. And now that I'm an adult and I'm hearing the other side, the reasons of why they had to leave the reservation, it's devastating and horrific. I feel that whatever Section 14 is asking for is still not enough to pay for what happened to my family and others. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Lavera Hoyes.
I'm a survivor of Section 14. I would like to thank the Palm Springs City Council for acknowledging the wrong of the past in regards to the displacement of the Section 14 community and for issuing a public apology. Currently, I live in Desert Hot Springs. My father was the first African-American mortician in Houston, Texas. With the money he had saved from his mortuary business, he relocated here to build a life in California. Being African American, he was unable to buy land in this area, so he leased the only available land, which was on the Indian reservation. He invested by building to have security. He attempted to purchase the land on so many occasions to secure our investments. After the lease was revoked and we suffered financial loss, with this financial setback, he had to work much more to save money to start all over again. Everything was lost. I don't remember much because I was very young. I was born in 1953 and he had come here in the 40s. He investigated and loved this place. The most thing I really missed was the loss of our yard and our garden where I spent most of the time. It was gone. I didn't understand why. And when we moved to Dade Palm and Ramon, they hated us there as well. And it was nothing but sand dunes at the time. They didn't want us to live there. Our home was burnt down that my dad built 2 times. This wasn't even the reservation. They called us on the phone and threatened our lives. My parents' relationship was weakened and they eventually divorced. He remained here for the rest of his life. This is where his heart was. He continued to work hard and became the first African-American sheriff and started a janitorial business. My mom chose to leave in search of monetary opportunities and a security for us as a family, mostly because of the threats that we received on a regular basis. Our family moved to Banning and then we moved to Los Angeles, and we spent every summer here visiting our father. And later, my husband and we decided to move back because we still love this place.
Frank Parker, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Frank Parker, you're live with the City Council. Please mute your TV audio.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Hello? Yes.
You may begin.
Okay. Yes.
Can you mute your TV or computer?
Okay. Yes, my name is Frank Parker, and I was born in 1951, and I'm a survivor. My mother and father were survivors. My mother still lives in Palm Springs. I had a grandmother that lived at 663 Date Street, which was one of the addresses I remember. Another was the corner of Ramon Road in El Segundo. And I'm in awe about this. I left Palm Springs at an early age, and I came back to find that none of what I had left was there anymore. And I'm just, my upset, so bear with me. But I know I should say thank you for listening to this, or listening to us, but I find it kind of hard to do in earnest. But reparations need to be made, and it need to be seen and felt. It needs to be of substance, and it's a must. It's not be pacified, portrayed as gifts, because what was taken was not gifts. These were hard-earned possessions and livelihoods. And after the atrocities, these peoples had to start again. They weren't allowed to continue their lives. They had to start over. And that warrants reparation. It's not a matter of want reparation. It warrants reparation. And what is difficult for me is to have this conversation absent the sound of anger. But I'm doing this with prayer. And I don't know what's ahead in your thoughts about our argument or presentation, but I'm sure I'll be back again. So thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Martin, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the mayor and city council. I'm a resident of the city of Desert Hot Springs, and I'm just wanting to call in my support for reparations for the victims and survivors of Section 14. I was raised in Oklahoma myself. I was shocked to learn of the history of Palm Springs. Granted that my dad said California was not like what we saw even in the 90s in the Midwest. So when we are thinking about the nature of being forcibly removed and victimized by a city government, probably one of the least impactful resolutions would be a park or a community center, the like, with it. And that's the very place they were told to leave from. To put parks and recreation centers into that's city obligations where the victims were relocated to. That should already be happening. Those are gifts. Obligations are the actual reimbursements for the removal of them. Look how those Section 14 businesses are doing now. Could those very businesses be removed today? How would they feel? How would that work? I'm just saying we do need to be the forefront in the West to see how reparations, monetarily speaking, would go for the people who had to relocate. So that is Los Angeles residents, like we've heard Colin. That is the nearby counties and cities, not necessarily Palm Springs, but Palm Springs as well. And I would like to thank Palm Springs for recognizing that this is an issue that's still visible today and that needs to be taken care of. But let's not do it half-heartedly. Let's do it wholeheartedly, and let's do it for real with the utmost direct and most impactful way to these families who are uprooted in the 40s to 60s. This means that...
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay.
Elizabeth Vicona, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, hi, this is Heather Vicona. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Heather Vicona. I lead Lift to Rise, a nonprofit organization that convenes cross-sector partners around improving housing stability and economic mobility so that all families in the Coachella Valley are healthy, stable, and thriving. We have partnered on numerous initiatives with the Desert Highland Gateway States Community Action Association and the Palm Springs Black History Committee, and know how important this council meeting is to those organizations and the residents they represent. Lift to Rise and several other local organizations submitted a comment letter to the council earlier today, urging you to meaningfully involve the participation and feedback of Section 14 survivors and defendants as you consider monetary compensation and community improvement measures to make whole those who endured the violent destruction of homes in Palm Springs between 1950 and 60. The city's actions forced the displacement of hundreds of families of color and in destroying their homes, impeded these families' ability to build generational wealth. We believe that it is the responsibility of the city of Palm Springs to recognize the agency of Section 14 survivors and their descendants by honoring their terms of compensation. We support monetary compensation to survivors of this racialized violence and their descendants, including those who live outside of Palm Springs. Additionally, we urge the city of Palm Springs designate land across the city and in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood, where many Section 14 survivors are located, to support the construction of home ownership units on, on these parcels for neighborhood residents who have repeatedly identified affordable home ownership as a community priority. The connection between the destruction of homes in Section 14 and contemporary racial inequities in home ownership, income, and family wealth is without question. What remains in question is the level of dignity the Palm Springs City Council will choose to afford Section 14 survivors and descendants. We urge Palm Springs City Council to land on the right side of history by holding itself accountable for its past actions and implementing meaningful restorative justice measures on behalf of the Section 14 survivors and their descendants. Thank you.
Steve Walton, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin. Please mute your TV audio.
Yes, my name is Steve Walton. I'm a member of the City family, and I am.
Sir, can you mute your TV, please? Thank you. You may begin. Mr. Walton, you may begin.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walton, we're not able to hear you. We'll try to reconnect. Ignacio Ochoa, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, just want to say real quick, thank you for the time, for what it's worth. That being said, I'm calling as a resident of, a former resident of Palm Springs and a resident of the Coachella Valley. Having only recently heard of this history that's happened here, quite frankly, I'm appalled. And I think the city of Palm Springs should be doing anything and everything for the survivors of this tragedy that is, quite frankly, what it is. And I think the fact of how many people have came in and called and showed up and talked, and how many of them are survivors, shows to the severity of how you've literally let these people down over these years. And I just hope that the city council has seen what they can do, and hopefully they will do something that is justice for these people. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Walton, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, I apologize for the audio. My name is Steve Walton, the Walton and Clinton family, and we've been impacted by this Section 14. And I just want to thank the City Council for all the stuff that they're doing to correct this here area. Which is Joanna Taylor. So she's still alive. That's such a blessing that she's alive and able to see that something's got to be corrected with this Section 14. That would be a really big place, mentally, physically, and we just want the preparation to be able to erase a lot of these things that happen. And I've heard all the comments and things. These are the same people
Mr. Walton? Mr. Walton, I apologize, but there's a lot of feedback. David Hamlin, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you very much, and to council for I have comments and a question about the speed limit and use of cameras issue, which is before you this evening. But first, I am slightly concerned that we certain those cameras are used only to enforce speed laws as distinct from either profiling or causing stops, arrests for violations like broken taillights. But mostly I am curious about a very strange fact that I discovered. When I looked at the list of streets where the speed limit was reduced, I was pleased to see a number of streets that make a great deal of sense to me, but I was very surprised to see not Vistachino nor G3 were on the streets that where the limit was reduced. I drive Gene Autry virtually every day, and in my experience, the speed limit reality on Gene Autry is something to 500 racing. And it seems to me that we would all benefit from slowing the traffic on that road and on Vistachino as well. But in researching that question, I discovered that both Vistachino and Gene Autry are controlled by Caltrans, not by the city of Palm Springs. And while that must be perhaps a great idea, it's not to me at all, and I would urge not only take control, as it should, of Vistachino and Gene Autry, but explore imposing far rational speed limits on those two streets. And I appreciate your time very much. Thank you.
Ready now.
Mr. Walton, you're live with the City Council. You may begin.
Hello, I want to thank the City Council for this apology. I wanted to let you know that I'm Steve Walton, and my mother's Inez Taylor Walton. Inez Walton Taylor, excuse me. And we've all been impacted by the Section 14. And what I really wanted to say is that, we've been hurt and damaged in such a way that we're all trying to recover. My sister, too, Fanita Walton Kirkwood, is a part of my family, too. And we're all from the reservation, they called it, the Section 18, Section 14. And we just want to show the appreciation. God is really the head of our lives. We really want to address this in a proper way. So I don't really have a lot to say. I think I'm going to try to write down a little bit more for the council and share my most inner feelings.
Thank you, sir. We are queuing up the next speaker, Mayor. Gracie Rougeley, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gracie Rougeley Jenkins, and I do remember living in what's now called Section 14. We called it the reservation when I was growing up. Our transition was, as my parents were buying the house and leasing the land. So according to my parents, the family that they were leasing the land from gave them plenty notification to let them have the necessary time they needed to find a new place to live. The fact that there were only a few places in Palm Springs they could afford or were allowed to purchase a home in was a major issue for them. Their only option at the time in Palm Springs was the north end of town, Palm Springs or Desert Highland, or Garnett. And when they looked in other locations, example was they looked in Gateway, out at houses in the Windy Point area. They were turned down for housing at that time. They later told me that they would not sell in those areas to Black people. So the real tragedy was that they were forced to move and not being able to buy a home except in designated areas because of their skin color or ethnicity, which was fairly common in the early 60s, which I believe was this time period. This should have never happened, but it did, and it should be acknowledged by everyone in this community. It's a part of our history, the history of Palm Springs. So that's really the only comment that I have on the whole situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Before I close public comment, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? All right. Seeing no one come forward, we will close public comment. I want to thank everyone who came to speak this evening, everyone who called in to speak. Most particularly, I want to thank all of the individuals who are survivors and descendants of Section 14 who came to speak this evening and talk about the history that you learned from your parents and your grandparents. We thank you, and we appreciate how emotional and difficult some of those conversations were. So thank you for coming out here this evening. We now have a very difficult conversation to continue. City Manager, would you like to begin with a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, if you're prepared to continue with this item now, we can go into the staff report. So, Mayor and Council, you will recall that we had a first meeting to discuss a potential reparations program last November 18th, and that was about 2 months following a conversation that Council had considering the removal of the Frank Bogert statue and issuing a formal apology for the city's role in Section 14. Just to kind of take everybody back to that point, we noted in the original staff report that staff had not conducted extensive research into the events of Section 14 and certainly are not experts in reparations programs. We did do some preliminary research to examine what we thought were some sparse precedents of issuing reparations in various areas of the country historically, and attempted to set the stage by providing a number of high-level framing questions that would help Council consider what shape a reparations program might take. So just to remind you and our audience of some of those critical questions that were outlined at that time, we noted very broadly and in conceptual terms the difference between a settlement and an atonement approach. A settlement is oftentimes attempting to calculate damages in one way or another when they're historical, often applying some sort of inflationary factor to that, and really trying to wrap up any reparations, any restitution in kind of one move, if you will. The atonement approach is a little more open-ended, typically is somewhat self-explanatory that the attempt is not necessarily to settle but to atone. Those are similar but used differently, and often can take place over time and isn't necessarily working to get to one final number, but to take whatever actions are necessary to achieve atonement. Similarly, we had talked to council about whether or not these programs should be limited strictly to survivors or descendants of Section 14, or they're noting that really Palm Springs and our entire country does have some history of racial discrimination, marginalization, and other things that have left certain populations disadvantaged. We asked council to consider whether or not a program would be limited to Palm Springs residents or might apply more broadly to survivors and descendants of Section 14 that had moved away. We had asked council for any direction regarding whether a reparations program would include payments or programs or a mix of both. And then, of course, to discuss, broadly speaking, what kind of terms would be included, total cost, etc. So we were instructed at that meeting to come back with two things. One, we were asked to start to examine some of the programs that seemed to be most appealing to the broadest number of council members, and that was especially some of the housing programs, and I believe the alignment there was thought to be in part that since the eviction of persons from Section 14 was really involving housing, that housing would be an appropriate form of restitution. Council also instructed staff to conduct outreach with any community members, especially those who are either survivors or descendants of Section 14. So staff has now done those two things, and that's in part why we come back to you this evening. So in terms of the community outreach, staff did have a meeting with representatives from Desert Highlands Gateway Estates, members of the Black History Committee, and members of the Section 14 survivors. There was also included in that meeting a representative from the organization Where's My Land. The meeting was cordial. We exchanged a lot of information, primarily to let them know where we had been and where we saw this conversation going, and then to listen and have dialogue about how we might move the conversation about a reparations program forward. From there, we learned that the group had already done some careful consideration and informed us at the time that they would submit a 9-point plan. We have since received that plan, although I'll note that we received it really close to when we issue our staff reports last Thursday. So we didn't have a lot of time to review it, but we did include it as an attachment for your consideration. I will kind of, from a very high level, summarize the contents of that plan. We can go into more detail if you'd like here in a moment. That plan included compensation for especially, I believe, direct survivors of Section 14. It did indicate a desire for housing. I believe identified a time period of some of these programs, roughly 25 years, where both housing assistance, housing rehabilitation, and other housing-related programs would be provided, that there would be business startup or other economic kind of assistance to help establish businesses, entrepreneurship, or similar things, scholarships or other kinds of educational attainment assistance, other community services, educational programs designed to raise awareness of Section 14, and there were a few specific suggestions there on what that might look like. And then lastly, to pay attorney's fees associated with legal representation of the group. So I indicated the staff didn't have a lot of time to examine that proposal, and really, while it's fairly specific in terms of enumerating a number of things that they would like to see in any final version of reparations, there's still a lot to define in those broad areas. For instance, while there was some reference to, say, a time period whereby something like educational scholarships might be provided, didn't indicate dollar amounts, didn't get into a lot of detail about exactly who qualifies as descendants, et cetera. So I believe the intent was to leave some of those details for follow-up conversations. Just to reiterate that we had done some preliminary research. We included a couple of other examples that we had found in the second staff report that we didn't highlight in the first, other instances where communities or states had issued reparations. Also want to point out that it is our understanding that the state of California has also convened a task force and is holding a conversation about reparations primarily associated with America's history of slavery. But we have not looked at great detail with some of those case studies. So council is certainly free to direct staff to conduct additional research, especially if there's clarification on whether or not we might pursue, say, a settlement approach, or whether there would be consideration of payments and those kinds of things. We may be able to glean from very limited case studies, methodology or other things, aspects of community conversation that we could anticipate to repeat here. It has been noted that there isn't a lot of examples, and some people you've heard urge to go ahead and blaze a trail. So I'll just reiterate that there aren't a lot of examples to lean on, but some of the ones that do exist may be able to reveal insight. Staff did also include in the report some programs on housing. One thing that was made clear when we met with the group, and I think it's been reiterated a couple of times this evening, is that there's some desire to focus the conversation on the question of financial compensation opposed to some of those housing programs. You'll recall that at the end of our first meeting, there was some question, and I think a lot to digest, and council members hadn't resolved fully what they wanted a reparations program to look like. It was staff's recommendation at that time that one approach you could take was moving forward in the areas where there was broad agreement. And things like housing program reflected the areas where there was broad agreement. So we were directed to follow up and provide you some more substance to what those programs might look like. And that's why we've brought that item back. If it's council's direction alternatively to do something different, to consider cash payments or other aspects of reparations before we examine those housing programs, we can certainly do that. But since it was council's direction to bring that information back, we did include that information in the staff report, and we're happy to elaborate on some of that analysis now if you'd like. Okay. And before I ask Jay to come up and talk a little bit about those housing programs, I do want to clarify just a couple of things that came up frequently in public comment. The first is clarification on the reference to gift clause. So there was a copy and paste from the previous staff report that at a very high level outlined concerns, it actually pros and cons to providing cash payments. And there were certainly advantages to that approach outlined in the staff report. What was meant to be conveyed and what should be clarified is that at the time we said that direct payments might be vulnerable or had the potential to be vulnerable to the gift clause. It really should say to a challenge on the gift clause. We have since looked at that issue and have determined that council really does have latitude in establishing public purpose and administering or directing something like financial payments. But that doesn't mean that it's not vulnerable to challenge, right? And we weren't saying that that challenge was likely to occur or that somebody with that challenge would be likely to prevail, but did think it was important to point out that a conversation like that could lead to a challenge. And then secondly, we did hear that the chosen language, the word relocatee, and we did discuss at some length exactly what kind of terminology to use. You know, evictee, displacee, and relocatee are probably more legal terms. I can understand how they sound bureaucratic and minimize for people that were survivors and descendants of Section 14 the pain and the emotional context of that historical event. So it was not our intent to minimize those feelings. I certainly see that now and apologize on behalf of staff that wrote that report, that it came across that way. That was more of a legal term, that it wasn't intended to try to minimize the experience of survivors and descendants of Section 14. So with that, Mayor, if you're ready, we're happy to expound a little bit on some of the housing programs that you may consider.
Before we go to Jay, are there any questions that council would like to ask of the city manager at this point, or shall we move to Mr. Verada's presentation? All right, Jay, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As the city manager explained, we took a particular focus on the request for housing, and specifically the proposal from the survivors stated, institute a city-funded program providing new housing, condos and apartments, as well as improvements to existing housing over the next 25 years to an income-based segment of the community, giving priority to victims of Section 14 destruction, but also to be made available to the community at large. So there's a lot there. Implementing this, implementing the whole proposal would be a multifaceted type of program that can take many forms. New housing can include home ownership programs, new condominium developments, new apartment developments. Improvements to existing homes can also be implemented in different ways. So focusing on the improvements to existing homes, we know there are already quite a few programs that exist, and some of these are outlined in the staff report. In fact, it was the former Palm Springs Redevelopment Agency that used to operate a residential rehabilitation program. And this program provided $5,000 to $10,000 grants for housing rehabilitation. The recipients had to be lower, very low income residents. The $10,000 grant required 20% to be used on the exterior improvement. So there's a neighborhood beautification element to that. The grant also included resale restrictions if the property owner wanted to sell the property within 5 years. And so if they wanted to do that, they would have to repay that grant that they had received for the property improvements. There were also 5 and 10-year property maintenance covenants that were also required when the homeowner where the homeowner would be required to keep the property clean and maintained for 5 or 10 years. I say 5 or 10 years because in addition to the 5-year grant, there's also a 10-year, $10,000 grant. Those are part of it.
And Jay, just to clarify, this was an existing program that the city administered, sometimes with support of CDBG funding and some other programs that had some fairly regimented requirements. So that's an example, but if council were interested in pursuing a similar program, some of the thresholds, some of the conditions could all be tailored as you see fit. So those aren't meant to express restrictions or recommendations on a program like that, just to highlight for you the existing program that we had and how it operated. But you'd have some latitude to arrange those terms differently should you choose.
Thank you. Yes, we mean to address just the mechanics of how the program is operated, not the requirements for eligibility. Council, I think that would be something you'd work with us very closely on, and the community as well. There was also a loan program which offered a higher amount, but it was a loan, not a grant, that offered $25,000 for home improvements at 0% interest rate, and that was for 10 years. So we also know the city of Corona provides a $25,000 forgivable loan at 0%. City of Brea provides a $35,000 loan, 0% interest for 30 years, but it must be paid back if the house is sold or refinanced. City of Monterey Park has a $50,000 deferred loan made available to low income and very low income residents at 3% interest, but that loan must also be paid back. It's not a forgivable type of loan. But as the city manager expressed, there are still a number of questions about eligibility for such home repair programs, and as we just discussed, that would be future discussions on how the council would wish to approach those. Should also mention the city still offers a minor home repair program using the CDBG funds that city manager had mentioned. Those, however, are capped at $1,500, so not quite as robust as some of the other programs I just mentioned. Moving on to programs that assist individuals with home ownership. As you can imagine, there's a variety of programs that offer this, and they can be in the form of silent second loans or grants that help making down payments on a home. There can be assistance with monthly mortgage payments. If you're a homeowner and you've purchased with an FHA loan at less than 20% down, you have to pay a private mortgage insurance. So this may be another area where the city could assist, or a benefit to the down payment is that you would not have that private mortgage insurance. The city could act as a lender with favorable terms, as I've described, that some other cities offer for their loan programs for residential rehab. So those favorable terms, again, could be longer terms, such as 40 years, which would lower the monthly payment. It could be low or zero interest rates, and longer amortization times, which is what I've already alluded to. And there are self-help programs where individuals wishing to own a home could participate in the construction of that home and own that home for free. Some examples of these types of programs are actually a reparations program from Evanston, Illinois, which provides $25,000 grants to those individuals who are not allowed to purchase homes in Evanston. They were redlined. And these grants can be used to purchase a home or make improvements or pay your mortgage. They're kind of broad, but all in that home ownership spectrum of assistance. Bring up the Palm Springs Redevelopment Agency again. Home ownership loans were provided between $6,000 and $53,000, and those were written down over a 25-year time frame. Those were forgiven. City of Oakland provides loans up to $75,000 for a 30-year term at 3% interest. Payment is required at the end of that term, though, after 30 years. The County of Los Angeles provides 4% down payment assistance on the mortgage. San Diego assists with 17% of the down payment plus closing costs. And the City of Coachella provides a first-time home buyer down payment assistance program. It's deferred and low interest with loans up to $75,000. So again, there are a lot of ways to approach this to assist individuals with purchasing homes. Obviously, eligibility and budget would have to be established on how to approach those.
So again, Council, I would just emphasize that these are citing typical examples of standard housing assistance policies. That's not to say that you would follow those models. It's just to give an idea of the spectrum. You could have significant participation in purchasing housing, or in the case of these, they're sometimes called down payment assistance, but really some of them function like a silent second mortgage, where you might subsidize a substantial portion of the house, which could be forgivable immediately. It could be forgivable over time. So while some of these are arranged as loan programs, that's not meant to suggest that we are proposing a loan program. We're simply outlining some of the programs that exist so that you see how they function, but the ultimate terms, the amount of assistance made available, whether that was given by way of grant or forgivable loan over time or loan terms or anything like that, would remain to be discussed and determined by council.
So another factor is, it's been brought up a few times, is using city-owned properties to create housing opportunities. The city does own properties in various parts of the city, 3 single-family homes in the Desert Highlands area, which could be approached any number of ways. It could be part of a self-help program. It could be part of a program where the city pursues development on those lots and makes them available to the community members. Any number of ways of approaching that. There are also the properties from the grit settlement, Gene Autry, Block G, Crescendo, and Boulders, which are also city-owned properties. So just things to consider. However, development of projects in those areas would require, of course, the city acting as a developer or bringing on a developer, which would increase the cost there also. So again, a lot of questions to answer on how to proceed with those types of programs, qualifications. I also want to mention quickly, though, one of the requests in the proposal was for the survivors to get first priority of housing units the city has. The city doesn't own and operate housing. The city doesn't own and operate property, but just as an example, the city of Santa Monica is does have properties that it controls through agreements with private developers. And for individuals displaced as part of the I-10 freeway extension are being invited to be first in line for some of those new housing units in Santa Monica.
And Council, just before there are questions, if I could, just to make sure we're extra clear, when we came to Council the first time to discuss the reparations program, we were asked to bring back some examples of housing programs. We present those to you tonight, not to try to demonstrate that we don't support something like financial compensation or any of the other components that have been suggested this evening, but only because we were directed by Council to return with those. Some of the other components that have been proposed by survivors in the sense of Section 14, we received last Thursday. We haven't had time to look at those. The absence of more elaborate consideration of those things is, please, nobody interpret that as a lack of support or willingness to discuss those things. Rather, what was directed to us before we had completed that outreach was to bring back some examples of housing programs. So that's the only reason why the focus of the staff report is there and not on other things so far. We're certainly eager to get direction from Council on other things you would like us to look at and discuss.
Excuse me, it's our time to ask questions of, okay. This is going to be a long process, but we are going to make sure everybody gets heard. Are there questions for staff? All right. Now I see we lost one of our members. Do we need to take a break before we continue, or are folks ready to continue? I'm sorry? Okay, then let's continue to move forward. I have a couple of questions for staff. So you talked about some of the programs where other cities have provided assistance for folks who are trying to get into housing, silent seconds and things of that nature. How long have those programs been in place? Do you have any examples of cities where that assistance to help people buy homes has been particularly successful?
Mayor, if I might, I don't have broad examples for you, but I know, at least in a situation that I was a part of, working with a regional housing alliance in Southwest Colorado that had some fairly large size silent second loans. In some cases, they were subsidizing as much as a third or 40% of housing costs, and that was a fairly successful program. That one was oriented to be a revolving loan fund, but funds were only repaid at the time when a house was sold. But borrowing, another concept that's often used in some of the sweat equity programs where those loans are forgiven, basically means that subsidy is maintained forever, right? So you would have the luxury to implement something like that, and those can be fairly successful. The challenge in building housing stock is generally the cost and the long lead time to actually build things. One of the reasons that some of the financial assistance programs are so attractive is because it essentially takes issuing a check, right? You don't have to wait to develop. You don't need available land, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't tend to leverage some of the other ways that housing is subsidized. So in particular, some of the federal tax credits and things like that that are very powerful ways to buy down the cost. But I think those assistance programs, there are some examples where they are very successful and have been going on. The ones I was a part of were almost 15 years ago.
You made a reference, Jay, to properties that are city-owned in and around the Desert Highland neighborhood. How many acres in total, do you know?
It's probably half an acre in total. It's just 3 residential parcels.
Okay. So that's not going to allow us to build very much.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
Yeah, and so that's, just to clarify, that's to note properties that are currently held by the city, but another very common way that general housing programs approach subsidizing is land banking or accumulating and buying parcels. So that's certainly something that council could direct us to look into or authorize as part of the program, would be to buy additional either vacant parcels that are well suited for development or even developed parcels.
Certainly one program that Councilmember Holstage and I got to see so many 5 years ago was some of the self-help homes that were being developed in Desert Hot Springs. And I know my reaction 5 years ago was, this is something we should be doing. So without jumping too far into comments, it's still something we should be doing.
And if I might, I think some of the most successful programs, especially given how much of a gap we have in affordability, are programs that layer a lot of those things. So I've also been part of programs where the city, in partnership with nonprofit, bought the lots, and then other nonprofit developers, with the assistance of sweat equity, came in to build the homes and made them very affordable. But it took that layering sometimes because the gap is pretty substantial, as we know.
Councilmember Holstage, any questions for staff? Okay. Then comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you all for being here today. It was really striking to me the times when people would thank us for an apology or for hosting this meeting. And I don't think that we deserve thanks for doing what is necessary and what is right. And you all who are here and who called in and who commented and who survived and who experienced this trauma are the ones who deserve thanks for continuing to be a part of our community, for continuing to participate in these conversations despite how difficult that is. What was striking in these comments was that people came here for a better life. People left their homes of generations to come to Palm Springs in seek of work and a better life. And because of the systems that were still in place in California, you were forced to live on this land, on Section 14, the reservation. And then when you were forcibly removed from those properties, you were again had to deal with trauma in finding, not only losing your homes, but in finding a new place to live. Pushed to the edge of town, outside the city limits, because we did not allow any other option. That trauma that has been experienced, that doesn't just end with the people who were there. that continues. It carries through generations. That loss of generational wealth, you see it, you experience it. It is not hard to understand. And the other thing is, so many people brought up home and what home means. And I grew up in Palm Springs, and my mom grew up in Palm Springs. And this is my home. And I love it so much. And I could see and hear the love that you all have for this city, whether or not you've stayed here or whether or not you've left and come back, or you've decided to stay away. But that love is still here, because this is where you grew up. And this is where you came for a better life. What I want us to do as a city council is to support the community, to support all of you that called in and are here, in giving you what you need to help you move forward and to help to atone for what the city of Palm Springs was complicit in, which is racist policies that continue in our country. I read the 9-point plan that was submitted, and I really like it. There's talk of direct compensation, which makes sense. People deserve to be paid for what they've lost. That is only fair. It's only right. And then the support of new housing, business support, educational grants, support for local nonprofits, making sure that people know about what happened. These are all things that are important to the community and that make sense for us to do. We know we need these things. The community has been asking for these things for as long as I can remember. So to me, what's being presented in this 9-point plan is what's been asked for generations. And it's about time that we listened to the community and actually implemented those things. So I would like for us as a council and as a city to move forward with this plan, starting with that direct compensation. Thank you very much.
Other comments from council?
Mayor, just to make you aware, I believe the city clerk has recognized that there was one individual who meant to make public comment on this item, and there was some confusion that maybe this person wanted to be part of the public hearing. So if you would permit it, we'd like to take that public comment.
Please.
Ms. Devers, will you please mute your audio? You'll be live with the city council. Pearl Devers, you're live with the city council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Pearl Devers, chairperson, Section 14 survivors. We are the majority who experienced destruction. The staff report and research missed the mark massively. It did not reach deep nor wide enough to include those harmed. Earlier talks did not include direct victims' input. How could you do a study? How could a study be made while leaving out the very people harmed? Early talks were majority descendants who were also impacted. You neglected to listen to the victims. Your research was incomplete. I was born in Palm Springs. My father, who helped build Palm Springs, is buried in that soil. My mother, buried in this soil. I grew up playing with a young boy next door who became my husband of 50 years. 2 years ago, I buried the love of my life in this very soil and secured my final resting place right beside him. Right, we're not relocatees, we are victims and survivors. Palm Springs is my hometown, a place where I frequently visit family and friends who are tax-paying voters. The zip code change does not erase the injury. We are forced victims, and no matter where we live. Stop talking to Mickey Mouse housing and let's talk money and compensations. Let's negotiate and talk to the people. Listen to the people. Please do not add insult to injury. Compensation should match the apology and words spoken by you, Mayor, expressing such an atrocity. This community stands united, and we concluded what we want. There is no recompense or justification if the people who are impacted directly are not properly compensated. And if you don't start there, you might want to reconsider your apology. Also, community measures. Everything that they asked for. The scarring done will never vanish. I cannot wait to tell my story and to allow my neighbors, ex-neighbors, to tell theirs. The apology is a great beginning, and now council has an amazing opportunity to shape the ending of some of those horrific stories while wiping away much of the ugly stain of the shameful history behind of this beautiful city. Listen, don't seek precedents. Create one. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other comments from council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Someone said, come on, Christy. So I was going to wait to go last. I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Garner said. I appreciate the people who are here today. I apologize on behalf of the city for using the term relocatees, which I agree with is harmful and doesn't properly acknowledge the harm that was done by the city when people were forcibly removed from homes or homes were burned while people were living in them. So thank you to the city manager for apologizing for that error on the city's behalf. I agree. I appreciate the survivors for participating in this. It's really powerful to hear people who've been so harmed by the city of Palm Springs, both long ago and not long ago and currently, to be participating in this forum. And I think I've said through some of these conversations, how many times do we have to make people display their pain to believe them? And I think that's our job to acknowledge and recognize on our own as a city. So I'm glad that the city is taking steps to both apologize, but I said from the beginning, and I know this council supported, taking real action, that apologies and words are cheap and real action is what speaks and matters, and to address history going forward, looking how to rewrite history for our community and this community and the communities that were impacted. So I appreciate the survivors for speaking out and leading when it's painful and there's trauma. That's hard to do, and it's brave and important. So thank you. And I know that we just received the plan, and city staff said they haven't had time to really review it and analyze what that would look like on the city's behalf and what the cost would be, right? That's sort of the elephant in the room here is the amount and what the compensation would adequately look like to atone and to address the wrongs that have been perpetrated by the city of Palm Springs or with the coordination of the city of Palm Springs. So I appreciate the survivors. I look forward to fleshing out that plan and what that might look like, and strongly support some of the policy recommendations. So the plan and direct compensation, and then the policy recommendations around housing and economic justice that frankly the city should be doing anyway. So in 2017, when we looked, Mayor Middleton and I brought forward to the Housing Committee a plan to try to do self-help homes on those lots in Desert Highlands. And just so everyone knows, we had been working on it, but the federal government changed their rules about what was allowed to be funded. And so I think this is a great opportunity to move some of this work forward. So very much looking forward to those policy recommendations around community land trusts and ensuring that affordability is secure for generations of people, because I appreciate the comments that we're addressing the loss of generational wealth and the generational trauma that occurred because of what happened on Section 14. So I think Mayor Pro Tem Garner said it better than I could, but I support her proposal for the survivors plan, direct compensation, and the housing policies that staff has outlined. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there other comments from council? Councilmember Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate both Mayor Pro Tem Garner and Councilmember Holstage's comments, and really appreciate everyone who has continued to share their stories and educate our existing community on the history. And it's such an important part of what happened. Did have just for me a couple more comments. And I know one of the points in the plan was sort of keeping that history and gathering information. Have we as a city at this point, because I know, and I reread the Attorney General report again, but given a lot of the housing was permitted by the city that was on Section 14, have we pulled any of that and started making sure we collect that documentation?
No, not that I know of. There may have been some historic efforts, but not associated with any recent events. Have we gone back and looked at what records we have? In our conversations with members representing the Section 14 group, they have indicated that they've already begun some collection of records and could likely perform more. I know the Historical Society may be a place to get some of those, but we have not started collecting those from any city archives yet.
Okay. Well, just one place we might want to look at is within our own building planning department, is we do have housing records going back at least into the 40s. I know there was a gap from a fire in the middle there, but just something I wanted to raise. I think the question, at least for me, is what options and the staff's thought about options for process for next steps. I know this was received right before the staff report, sort of the recommendation from the survivors group. And I think there's a lot of really good suggestions in there. But I think that sort of what we'll need is those further discussions and figuring out all the issues of direct payments, who they go to, costs of programs, et cetera, so we can have a more thoughtful and thorough discussion and decision-making. But I do think direct payments for the kind of direct harms people suffered is appropriate. In looking at the various housing programs, one that I just wanted to highlight was in Evanston, although it's not funded at the full level for their first phase yet. But it offered options, right? Because some people already own a home. So, I think it was $25,000 grants. I'm just using that as one example, but it gave flexibility, whether it's for down payment, helping pay mortgage over years, home repairs. And I think having flexibility, because people are in very different situations, is just an important thing for us to be looking at. So people have that flexibility in how they're utilizing funds. Because some people don't own homes at this point and some do. And we want to make sure we give people flexibility as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else?
I appreciate everyone that called in. I appreciate everyone in the audience today. It was great to hear your stories. Not great, but it was very sad and heartening to hear your stories. I cannot imagine getting a 30-day notice taking some time to do it and having your house burnt. I think that is absolutely an atrocity and a horrible thing. I think for me, the next step is, how do we heal? What does it take to heal? And we heard from all of the people that have provided testimony tonight, many different options from that, from direct payments to programs to housing, et cetera. And we have to sort out, I think, what is real for us, what will heal for us. And so my recommendation, I think, is to have our staff take a little more time and look at a program that has benefits and outcomes. And what we can really do is work with the neighborhood groups, talk to them, and find out what that really looks like. What is a benefit, what heals, and what type of outcomes would we want? So I have a couple suggestions as we move forward with this. One would be, I think there really needs to be a monument, something physical in Section 14 that tells the story. The city of Santa Monica did that, and they did it very effectively. They did it with some plaques as well as some structures in a little park that told the story, which was not dissimilar to our story here. I think it's important that that story not die. I think in the 60 years, I think a lot of people in our community are hearing this story for the first time because history fades with age. So that's one thing that I suggest. Another thing that has not been brought up by several of the comments tonight is I absolutely think, we have a lot of, I think one of the callers talked about alcohol and drug addiction that happened because of the trauma that had existed from being moved. We want to break that cycle, that we have a cycle of crime. We want to break that cycle. We want to break people feeling angry. We want people to feel a part of it. I actually think, particularly in Desert Highlands, which I have to admit, I looked to buy a house and through redlining, could not buy that house. And I was going to file a lawsuit against the bank. And I did not, and I'm sorry I did not do that when I went to buy that house. And Bon Air, I believe it was, when I looked at the house several years ago. But that neighborhood, physical improvements to the streetscape in that neighborhood could make a huge difference. I think I've talked briefly with the police chief, and just changing the geometrics of some of those streets might make running into that neighborhood, causing problems and running out of that neighborhood quickly less enticing. And we can do that through design. And I give you an example. At a house that I owned with my husband, we lived next to a street that was filled with crime. There were tennis shoes over the wires that indicated you could buy your drugs, and they were hard drugs, prostitution, needles, and everything on a daily basis. It was only through 10 years, and this has been 6 years, of working with the city council of that particular city that we redesigned that street and designed crime out of it. It took a lot of money. It was $1.5 million to do that for a short street that was only 2 blocks. But the outcome for that, from that investment, which is what I'm looking for, outcomes and benefits, was tremendous and completely changed it from a street of crime to a street that turned into a neighborhood where people went out and talked to one another. And they weren't hiding behind their walls. So my direction would be something more along the lines of looking at benefits and outcomes, looking at a monument, looking at breaking a cycle, and that could be through programs and some of the other stuff that's mentioned, and through some geometric changes and some improvements to the neighborhood itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone, to all of my colleagues, to everyone who's come to speak. Over the last many months, I, along with everyone else, has heard from many, many people across the city, and many people, frankly, outside the city. What we heard this evening was graphic and poignant, and it spoke to the history of individuals that were forcibly removed from their homes. It has been noted over and over again to me by a number of individuals that the land was the land of the Agua Caliente tribe. But the homes that were built were not. Those were homes that had been built by families and people. We talked today about self-help homes. Those were self-help homes over and over again. What has, of all of the various stories that I've heard, both from those supporting some of the actions the City Council has taken and those strongly opposed, is no one has come forward and said it's untrue that it was city employees that lit fires, that it was city employees who were driving the bulldozers. That's something we did. We have a responsibility to make amends for the things that we did. And that should and must, at this point, include some direct compensation for the descendants, for the survivors of individuals who are living on those homes. These are, though, public funds. And in the distribution of public funds, we have to be guided by processes that make sure that we are distributing those funds appropriately to the people who were in fact harmed by our actions. So there is a process that needs to begin here to make sure that we get it right and that we get the compensation due to the individuals it was due, or that it is due to. I also believe that we have an obligation at this point to make efforts to improve housing conditions and to make housing much better. In some instances, that may be to try to provide opportunities for individuals to fix up and rehabilitate the homes they already own. And in other instances, it will be to make land available where homes can be built and to partner with other community organizations to help more homes to be built. Those are long-standing commitments, but we need to see some dirt being turned and some structures being actually built. And I'm, at this stage, really want to concentrate not on pie in the sky, but where can we actually see some homes going up and going up in the near future. We helped about a decade ago, City Council at the height of the recession made what I thought was a very bold decision to partner with our business community to provide matching funds, to provide grants that helped us rebuild our downtown. And we are all seeing the fruit of that really tough decision made at the height of a recession to make an investment in our downtown. What I think we're being asked to do here tonight is to make an investment in a community. And that's something that I hope and I believe the council that's sitting here 10 years from now, which won't include me, is going to be thankful for the steps that we took to try to rehabilitate and improve a community working in partnership with that community. I think we can do these steps in a fashion that will gain broad support across our community. And that broad support of everyone in our community is something that does matter. So I would like to see us step back, look at the plan that's been laid out by the community group have further conversations and start to flesh out what would a program actually look like that would include both direct compensation and one that would include most particularly housing programs to rehabilitate a community and to provide opportunities to individuals who've not been able to get into a home, able to get into a home. Thank you. So, does that, Mr. City Manager, give you direction to?
It's fairly high level, but I think from here what we would do to take direction would be to continue to engage with the survivors of Section 14 group and try to put a little more substance to the plan that's been outlined, likely starting with a conversation about compensation, and bring that information back to you at a point where we feel like we've kind of got some more to consider. You know, by no means do I want to drag this out at all. Just I do want to set reasonable expectations for council and the community. We do have a number of things going on kind of simultaneously, so I see that work likely occurring over the next couple of months to bring something back to you, you know, I mean, as quickly as we can, but, you know, not in a meeting or two, right? That'll take some time to have those conversations.
All right.
Is that consistent with what you envision at this point?
Councilmember Woods.
I just want to take a moment in the direction that at least I would like to give, and it's a repeat, that I really want to see benefits and outcomes in that analysis. So we've heard some things about housing. We've heard some opposition to housing. I don't know if we're going to get the best bang for the buck for something like that. Let's analyze that. Direct compensation, same thing. I don't know. So let's analyze that. I don't want to jump to conclusions about what the best approach is without some sort of, I mean, I've heard people saying they want direct compensation. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know what the money can potentially be spent on. I think we need to analyze that to understand it better.
So staff is certainly willing to conduct analysis. It was indicated earlier that there are pretty limited precedents. We can certainly dig into some of those if you'd like to see, and then some have suggested forget about the precedent, make precedent, and really that's fine too. But that's not a situation where we're as equipped for analysis. Programs are a little easier when we talk about investments and outcomes. And for instance, you can compare a variety of housing programs on the basis of how much does it cost to get a certain level of subsidy. Some that would include leveraging and some that wouldn't. That's relatively easy. But when it comes to things like cash compensation, financial compensation, et cetera, I don't know what analysis to apply other than looking at some limited precedent unless there's some direction on how we might facilitate that. We can have the conversation and I can report back. That's easy to do. But I need more direction on the kind of analysis you would like me to conduct.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that analysis is great for things like programs, so that we're making sure that when we're talking about educational grants, business support, that we're doing best practices, because we know that those types of things already exist. But with direct compensation, I think these are kind of conversations that we have a lot right now. For instance, there's a lot of talk about forgiving student loans, and people say, well, we don't know what's going to happen. What would those students use that money for? Anyone who has student loans knows what they would do with the money that they have. You know, I'd buy a new car, for instance, right? We all know. So I think that for me, I don't need analysis on terms of a direct compensation, because I trust that all of you know what you would do with that money, and that what you do with that money is what's best for you. And so I don't need that analysis. Right. So for me, I don't need analysis on direct compensation. I need to know how much we want to give, how much we're going to give, but I don't need the analysis, because I trust the people to do what's best with the money that they're given. Exactly, at their discretion. But in terms of the other types of programming and support for nonprofits, I think analysis is helpful to make sure that we're implementing the best types of programs and that we're doing best practices, since we do know that there are existing things in terms of that.
By analysis, maybe I misled. I wasn't talking about, the question I think it is, what are the legal ramifications of all of that? Some sort of analysis on that. And I think, and to make sure that we're doing it, if that's the way that we're going to go, that we're doing it properly. There's probably a variety of things we need to know about in doing that process. And, the question of how much is also another question. What is a $100 check going to do it? Probably not, right? So what's that going to be if that happens? I'm not a real fan of that. I think I've laid out some other things, but it's worth exploring.
Are there other comments?
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity, like Councilmember Wood said, to focus on healing and build community investment in a way that's designed by the people most impacted and the leaders who are already leading these neighborhoods and communities. And so you mentioned working with the survivors group. I would just broaden that. I think you already are working with the Palm Springs Black History Committee and the Desert Highlands Gateway Community Organization and any other stakeholders. And then I might just ask what the process will be, because I think what an opportunity to sort of talk about what those investments in the community would look like. I know I agree with the comments that have been made that the community's been asking for a lot of improvements for a long time, and some of those have been ignored or delayed. And so having that opportunity to bring those forward and take action is a great opportunity that I'd like to act on. So I would just maybe broaden the direction so that we're not just working with the survivors group, but knowing that really this is a result, the apology for Section 14, which the city played with the forced evictions and forced relocation is one thing, but also sort of the impact on redlining and the city zoning and other policies that really created the loss of generational wealth, as members of the public have called in to say. And so I think, just to broaden the direction of the community groups that we're working with so that we can get all of that input and then bring forward a comprehensive plan that's designed by and for the people most affected. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else from anyone? Then we will adjourn or recess for 15 minutes to 8:45, and then we will resume with the regular portion of the agenda. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. We are now back in session. We've got a couple of things that we need to do. First, we need to take a vote to approve the consent calendar with notation that I am recusing myself from item 1B as in Bilardo. Is there a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
I motion to approve.
And a second. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Woods. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Yes. Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. It is now just short of 9 p.m. I would like for us to go ahead and make phone calls for those who are waiting on to make non-agenda public comments, and I believe we have 3 individuals that want to make non-agenda public comments. I would also like to check with my colleagues as to whether or not we do in fact want to defer item 3B on boards and commissions to a future meeting date. I'm seeing heads shaking yes, so I'm going to take that as direction that we will not hear item 3B on boards and commissions this evening. We will get to it at our earliest opportunity. With that, Madam City Clerk, if you would make the non-agenda public comment calls.
David Feltman.
Nice to have such an intimate ability to speak to everybody here. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, thank you. I know we're going to have a study session on Monday night on the budget, but looking for my clock. I just wanted to comment on 2 things quickly. One is I saw on the recommendations for general funds a $2 million allocation to the Plaza Theater. I'm really concerned about that. An anonymous donor floated through the Desert Sun and probably through private communications that he or she was willing to make a donation of that amount of money if contingent on the city donating or contributing $2 million, and now it's in the recommended budget. I really would ask each of you to look at the ethics of that. Even if that person were to reveal him or herself at this point in time, I think the process has already been questionable. If somebody like that can put their private money forward contingent on the city putting money in, and then it shows up in the budget. So that concerns me. Second, I'm not a budget analyst, so I don't want to panic yet about whether the investment in Parks and Rec facilities and investment in infrastructure is there. I'm going to ask you to be the collective bargaining unit for Parks and Rec facilities. We have not had a full-time director this past year. I know there's lots of things on everybody's agenda, but is there enough investment in this budget for playgrounds, for facilities, for all of those things where there's not a voice, a lobby, people with influence and money? I go to that Demuth Park pickleball facility. You know, I'm a pickleball player every day. Those are low, middle income, and rich people. It's a melange of people there. Every color, every age. And it's not just us. There's young people using those parks for picnics. There's other things. And I just implore you to be the collective bargaining unit for the people. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Ronald Rogers, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking against any reversal of mask mandate in public transportation. As a immunocompromised Uber and Lyft driver, I feel I should have the right to be safe in my own vehicle. Passengers should have to wear a mask in enclosed quarters. And so I would like to have Thompson Springs City Council endorse the continued requirement of masks in rideshare vehicles, because both Lyft and Uber have said it's now optional and they're putting my health at risk. They do say it's our own business, it's our cars, so we should be able to make the rules. But, that's how they treat people, little people. So if the city comes down on our behalf, that will affect most of the Coachella Valley. And so it puts the drivers in a safe space. Those of us who have health issues, that would be immunocompromised, and we have to drive because we can't hold down full-time jobs because of our health issues. So I'm just asking the City Council to endorse the continued wearing of masks in rideshare or public transportation due to the close quarters of the situation. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Miriam, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to the City Council and the Mayor of the City of Palm Springs. It actually saddens me to have to become vocal on this issue. Ties in with the topic at hand tonight of being harmed by people in Palm Springs. Palm Springs for shy of 2 years. Me and my sister, we are street females. We've been treated and discriminated against not only where we live, but at restaurants and all the way from Smoke Tree to North Palm Canyon and Talkwoods. We've been treated differently than the gay community. I'm a retired teacher, 33 years. I always tell my students to treat everybody with dignity and respect. It's also, I it's discriminatory to set aside funds for the transgender community. I have transgender friends. That has nothing to do with it. But there are other people that are, believe you me, are being discriminated against. We were at a restaurant on North Palm Canyon. A gentleman wanted the chair at the bar where my sister was sitting for his partner and pulled the chair out right from under her. She fell down and hurt her hip. So, there's other examples I could share privately in private chambers. But I wanted to be vocal about this issue because, my family owns property here and for 35, 40 years, and we inherited this, and it just makes me sad to be treated like this and discriminated against and rushed out of a booth, but because these two gentlemen wanted the booth, and it just does not make us feel welcome in the community. And I wanted to educate people to, get business licenses, maybe take a course or a workshop on treating everybody with dignity and respect. And I know that's hard to control, but I just wanted to give you my sentiments on this issue. I think it's very important that everybody in Palm Springs be treated with dignity and respect, and I really appreciate that. The other issue, very quickly, we have a huge inundation of homeless on East Palm Canyon from Farrell to Sunrise. I hope you can get some more police or get more hands-on in this issue that are just coming in and bathing in our properties, and it's just got to be very bad. But I did want to address the council how we've just not been made to feel welcome in Palm Springs. I think it's important that everybody be treated with dignity and respect, and it does tie in with the individual Section 14, unfortunately, how they were treated because of their color. And I thank you for for letting me be vocal on this issue, and I hope you'll listen with open ears and open heart to my comments. Thank you very much.
Jeff Ball, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. My wife Marla is going to speak. Go ahead.
We are Marla and Jeff Baum, owners of A Child's Place preschool at 1534 North Palm Canyon. We remodeled the building before opening and created a yard space for the children which did not exist. We were just informed yesterday, after 17 years in business, on July 1st, our lease is up and our landlord, Wayne Gottlieb, will not renew it. We have been an asset to the community and have taught and guided students whose parents have worked at City Hall, such as Mayor Steve Punier's children, City Hall employees, including Matt McLean, PF's Fire Department, doctors and various medical staff at Desert Regional, also a parent of the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce, to name a few. I've taught children with special needs of which other schools would not take. and I was open throughout the entire pandemic to serve the community. The reason my landlord is not renewing my lease, he's going to lease the property to a cannabis dispensary. He claims he can receive $7,000 a month. He wants to replace an educational facility for young children with a dispensary. It seems it's harder to obtain a liquor license than it is to get a cannabis license. I hope there is something that you can do to help our schools stay in business and keep educating young children. And thank you so much for your time.
Alec De La Cruz, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, my name is Alex De La Cruz. I live in Lawrence Crossley neighborhood, and I'm here to ask that you please start taking our public transportation seriously and improving it. It is a well-known thing that Palm Springs has never had a good bus system. I truly believe this should be the city's second priority behind pedestrian safety because it ties into it and they go hand in hand. Because if we had good public transit, there would be less vehicles on the road. Right now, we do not have the proper coverage and the bus routes zigzag all over the place, which is odd and inconvenient. We are not asking for random residential streets, just buses for the main roads. It is obvious that Sunline is using the cheapest methods possible to have the least buses running. I hope the city can push them to serve us better because we need an ambitious public transit system now more than ever. If we cannot get Sunline to do it, then we should provide our own free bus-like system to cover our entire city and give people the freedom of movement. I'm not sure what happened to the free trolley we had on Palm Canyon Drive, but that should definitely make a comeback. Requiring people to purchase a car to live their life here is not true freedom of movement. Every day we are stranded, many times in extreme weather. The city is built very spread out because engineers cater to the auto industry. And we expect everybody to have a car to have a good life here. That is what we have decided as a city. Just imagine if every single person had a car, our streets cannot handle it. In fact, it's already headed that direction with all these pedestrian deaths and traffic. It shows that our city has prioritized vehicle owners. This must change. If you want to drive a car, that's fine, but at least let's give people the option not to, regardless of ridership. The ridership will go up until it's actually good. Please invest in our public transportation. This is far more important than any homeless issues. The lack of good public transit is a form of oppression on the poor. And the Biden administration already promised us a 20-minute walk or less to the nearest bus stop with this new signed infrastructure bill. Now I'm just waiting for that to be incorporated here. Please provide us with good public transit and electric scooters. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list.
So the next item is going to be our public hearings, and we will begin with item 2A, an appeal by LWSC LLC, care of Palm Springs Enterprise for concerning the Planning Commission's decision to deny the conditional use permit for the Fuego nightclub located at 383 South Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, need to recuse myself for potential business conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. The matter before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision for a proposed conditional use permit application to establish a nightclub cocktail lounge at 383 South Palm Canyon Drive. The facility, or the property is currently developed with a 9,504 square foot building, and the applicant would occupy the entire space. The Planning Commission reviewed the project on March 9th and voted unanimously to deny the application and the applicant has subsequently filed the appeal of that decision for your consideration. So in terms of background, the project, as I said, it's located at 383 South Palm Canyon. It's roughly the mid-block between Baristo Road and Ramon Road. Across the street is the Rite Aid Pharmacy, and on the north side is a two-story building with retail and upper floor apartment. And to the south is a medical office building, and to the west is an apartment building. You probably recognize the building that you see here in the image. It is a two-story building with a third floor mezzanine. And this is the proposed site plan, or the current site plan of the property. It shows the first floor occupying the center of the property with the parking spaces around it. There's a driveway on the north side where patrons enter the property and exit on the south side. The ground floor is shown here on this plan, where you see it's roughly a 1,700 square foot area, floor area of the building, where they'll have the entry ID check, as well as an elevator and stairs to access the main floor or the second floor of the project, where they intend to have a dance floor, bar, restrooms, VIP space, as well as back of house functions. And so this main floor area is roughly 5,300 square feet in size. The mezzanine or third floor area is roughly 2,400 square feet in size, and they'll have the DJ booth, VIP rooms, break room, restrooms, and access from the stair and elevators. The nightclub, the fire department has evaluated an exit analysis plan for the nightclub, and they have limited occupancy to no more than 327 people. The applicant intends to have theme nights with different music genres, and they would have availability for special events as well. Their hours of operation would be 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday through Sunday, but they have indicated they may have additional special events outside of those days during the evening hours. So other considerations for this project are parking staff. When we evaluated the project, we evaluated the proposed parking, or the parking requirements in the zoning code relative to the downtown parking combining zone, which requires any assembly use provide one parking space per each 250 square feet of floor area where assembly occurs. In this case, it is roughly just over 7,000 square feet where assembly areas occur, and that would require a total of 28 spaces. The site has 34 spaces currently. In terms of noise, the applicant did provide a noise study to determine if the proposed use would have noise impacts on the surrounding area. The city had its own consultant do a peer review of that study, and so based on the results of both the applicant's noise study and the city's peer review study, noise attenuation would include additional layer of glazing on the interior of the westerly wall of the interior to prohibit noise from escaping that westerly facade of the building. Also improving door thresholds, adding sealant to door frames, openings and building exterior, and installing noise monitoring devices inside and on the west side of the property. So there have been several measures that would be required if the CUP were approved. And then lastly, safety. Staff worked with the police department, and the applicant would be required to comply with a security plan, which the police department has reviewed and approved. And it has several requirements relative to training staff and security guards, having video surveillance available, conducting regular patrols of parking areas, and maintaining adequate lighting, among other things. So the application that was considered, it was a conditional use permit. For the conditional use permit chapter or section 94.02 of the zoning code, there are 5 findings that must be made. As you see here on the screen, the use applied for at the location is allowed by the zoning code. It's necessary or desirable in harmony with the general plan and not detrimental to existing or proposed uses. There's adequacy of the site for the proposed use in terms of it being its current development or proposed development. Its impacts to adjacent streets and highways for the type of use that is being proposed, and that the conditions that are being imposed protect public health, safety, and welfare. So when the Planning Commission evaluated the application, they voted to deny the CUP application by a vote of 7-0, and the Commission was unable to make finding for criterion number 2 relative to noise, late night operating hours, and concerns with impacts in the parking lot of the use during the late evening hours. That being, the use would be detrimental to the apartments behind the property and the apartments on the second floor of the property to the north. So that would conclude staff's presentation. We have presented for your consideration the Commission's 2 resolutions. You could adopt the Commission's decision and deny the CUP, or if you chose to approve the project, we have provided a condition or a resolution for your consideration, as well as the conditions of approval that the Planning Commission had to ensure the project would be operated in a manner that would not impact the adjacent properties. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Councilmember Woods.
Could you just describe the property to the north? You said the second floor was residential. How many units, and are they occupied as residential? Do you know?
I don't know the number of units, but they are apartments on the second floor. There's some photos that you have in your packet that the public has submitted that shows some of the doors that are adjacent to the building. So that's as much as I'm aware of that property.
So was the objection from the Planning Commission based upon noise to those units, or noise that would be, because, you know, across the street where the Rite Aid is, that's obviously closed at the middle of the night, or was it noise to the west of the property past, what's the road that's behind? I'm sorry, it's
Bilardo.
You're right. So what was the exact issue with noise that they denied the application?
So it was 2 items, really. The concern was relative to the noise from the use, the speakers on the interior impacting the residential on, to the north and west. And then the secondary issue was relative to operations of, things that happen at night once the business closes, patrons being in the parking lot, potential for fights and loud arguments or things like that.
So thank you, just so I'm really understanding. But we have a mitigation plan that does not mitigate the disturbances that happen in a parking lot or the interaction of slamming doors, starting cars. But it seems like the noise that would come from the building can be mitigated, is that correct?
Correct.
So did the neighbors to the north, where these apartments is actually mixed use, I assume. It's it's retail on the first floor, which is the biggest problem with mixed use is noise. Were they the ones that were the most opposed to it, or was it because it's hotels to the west, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So where was the objection from the Planning Commission?
So there were comments provided from residents in those units to the north and west. So we did have comments from residents as well as comments from hoteliers around the area. So there have been comments from both of those.
I read a letter from their the attorney, but I just what I'm trying to figure out is if it's real or not. If those noise impacts are real. They would be real at 2 a.m. when people start cars and whatnot, but I thought that you said that our police department came up with a security plan to try and mitigate that. So I'm just trying to figure out how real or unreal those noise impacts are and who they would impact. You know, I don't know if the apartments to the north are actually occupied, or if they're storage, or if they're used as offices. You know, who knows what they're really being used for. That's why I was asking what the public testimony, I don't know if there's anyone here that lives there that is testifying tonight. So that's, I'm just trying to ascertain from the Planning Commission hearing. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to the hearing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it was because there was a lot of comments from the public during the hearing relative to concerns about noise, and that's why the commission acted on the application as they did.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Holstitch.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the staff report. I just have a general question about how we deal with noise impacts to residential in the central business district, because we have a number of mixed use on Palm Canyon. We have other entertainment uses. So could you just describe how the council should analyze that? And then I also saw one of the attorney's letters sort of cited what's in the general plan about separating uses. But obviously we have a whole mix of uses on Palm Canyon, and we expect to have entertainment uses in the CBD.
Sure. So, you know, the city's noise ordinance has its, you know, standard set of requirements in terms of what uses are permitted, how much noise a use is permitted to exceed or stay within. So in terms of how we evaluated this application, we did require a noise study to determine if the proposed use might operate in a manner that would exceed those levels. So we had the applicant prepare the noise study, and then staff, just to take a further step, had our own consultant, a noise expert, review the noise study that was prepared by the applicant's noise consultant. And so based on the applicant's noise study and the peer review, there are several recommendations that would have to be implemented to ensure that the project did not exceed noise levels on basically the surrounding property lines.
Do we require a buffer zone or anything like that around entertainment uses? We have a number of them on Palm Canyon with other bars.
No, we don't have a buffer zone per se. It's, you know, we do have just the general commercial standard that's a requirement. This is the central business district. So in the commercial zoning, there is a little bit higher threshold than what we typically see in our residential districts.
Under the noise ordinance?
Under the noise ordinance, correct.
Okay, and I'll have to look back at these lawyer letters because we got a few. Which one, you know, there's like 90 pages in this, 100 pages, not including the public comments that we received. Okay, so I'll look back and maybe bring up that page number after the public hearing for you. But I think that one of the attorneys cited, if not a buffer zone, sort of in the general plan, some sort of intent around buffering between residential and entertainment uses. So I will find that page number for you. Thank you. Oh, I have another question about CEQA. If you could just either now or after, we got a number of comments related to CEQA as well as from attorneys. So if we could just explain the CEQA reasoning and document that here.
Yeah, I would just say that the proposed CEQA exemption is a class 1 exemption that was presented for the project. And that's basically that the property is an existing building and exempt from further environmental review. Based on the information that we have, there wasn't anything to substantiate that exemption would not apply. We didn't see that there might be any exceptions to that CEQA exemption based on what we have in the evidence that we have for the project. So that was our determination at staff, but that's kind of where we presented the proposed exemption.
I think that accurately reflects the CEQA analysis. As the council will recall, at the last council meeting, there are some exceptions to the exemption. And as Mr. Newell indicated, there's no indication that any of those exceptions to this exemption would apply.
Thank you. I found the page number for you. It's 73, so you don't have to answer right now. I'll ask you at the end of the public comment. But it says lack of harmony with the objectives of the general plan, and then it says the general plan notes the following two goals, objectives, develop standards that provide appropriate transitions between commercial, industrial, and residential uses, and develop standards that ensure adequate buffering between industrial and commercial uses and surrounding residential uses. So that's what either from the city attorney or from planning staff, the question that I'll ask analysis on. Thank you.
Mr. Newell, the report on noise says that the applicant provided a noise study which was peer-reviewed by the city's consultant. What was the comments of the city's consultants regarding the adequacy of the noise abatement measures that were being contemplated?
So the city's consultant found that the recommendations to attenuate noise were good, but there was a few other things that our consultant recommended to ensure that noise would be attenuated properly. So the combination of the two were found to be adequate.
And the additional measures that our consultant recommended, has the applicant accepted those recommendations or not?
Yes.
And so that is part of the plan. All right. The we go back one step on noise. Our noise ordinance measures sound at the property line. So
Correct.
Did the consultant in fact conclude that the noise at the property line would be in conformity with the city's noise ordinance?
Yes, it did. And to further ensure that that would be confirmed, a noise monitor would be installed on the property line adjacent to the residential.
All right. The security plan was reviewed by Palm Springs Police and made a number of requirements. What's the total number of security officers that are going to be required to be present, and at what hours will they be required to be present?
The security plan requires that the applicant have 5 on site at all times, as well as 2 at all times at the entrance point to the operation. So a total of 7 at all times. If there's large events, they would be required to have an additional security guard.
So 7 at all times?
Correct.
How many will be in the parking lot?
They have to do regular monitoring and patrolling of the parking lot. I believe the security plan has every 30 minutes. The applicant has also provided documentation that they would station a security guard in the parking lot at all times.
One security guard there are saying will be there at all times?
Correct.
How many will be there at 2 a.m. when people leave?
That I might defer to the applicant to confirm.
All right. Well, the applicant's going to have an opportunity to make their presentation. So, the experience that we had with the Zelda's nightclub revolved around the atmosphere in the parking lot. What steps are being taken to make certain that we do not have a replication of the kind of incidents that occurred there?
So the applicant has indicated that they intend to ensure the operation doesn't spill out into the parking lot through security monitoring, through crowd control methods, things like that to address those concerns.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? And before I move on, I should make note that for the public record, Justine Boyer, who is one of the principals, asked to meet with me. I did meet with her. Basically, I listened. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I would like, go ahead.
So David, if we were to overturn, just as an example, the CUP runs with the land, correct? So if this applicant were to sell the property, the new owner would inherit the CUP. So we are really, in overturning the planning commission, we would be approving this for a nightclub for whoever runs it. So there's so we have to have very strict conditions in here on its operation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess the other ones I'll just ask of the applicant. Thank you.
Councilmember Halstich.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up from your questioning. Can you talk a little bit about parking? So I read the staff report, obviously, and saw the sorry, my brain is tired. The pretty pictures you put on there about the diagram is the word I'm looking for, of the parking. But can you just explain, especially for the public listening, because we got a lot of public comment on this, the parking plan overall? So how many people we actually expect would be parking on site and how much would be overflow parking onto the streets? And then clearly there's concerns about the noise spilling out from that. So could you just talk about the parking plan overall?
Sure. So the site is located in the downtown parking combining zone. So that is kind of, obviously it's a part of the downtown area and expands from essentially Ramon to Alejo. And that's obviously where we have a higher intensity of land uses and generally a lot of times we have economies of scale in parking. So parking standards in the downtown parking combining zone have less strict requirements than what typically is found elsewhere in the city. So in this case, as an assembly use in the downtown parking combining zone, they do require one space per 250 square feet of floor area where assembly is occurring and where the public is served. So they do have adequate parking under the city zoning code standards for the downtown parking combining zone. They, that assumes that you might have individuals being dropped off by, a Lyft or an Uber potentially. It assumes that you might have spillover from the adjacent hotels that might have patrons that are staying there and want to do something at an adjacent area. So the parking standards are, like I said, a little less restrictive than other areas of the city. And then in terms of the number of spaces, they have 34 spaces, whereas 28 is required for the zoning code. So they do exceed the minimum number required in the zoning code. And then ultimately, with the use, the applicant would be required to ensure the parking lot is, they're monitoring the parking lot, they're addressing any potential side effects of the use in the parking area. So those things would have to be addressed, and I think, in the conditions that we've provided and what the applicant has provided in terms of the documentation, they intend to ensure that those parking areas are not being impacted.
Thank you. So my question is I saw what the requirement is, but in thinking about the harmonious uses, so do we have a sense of how many in reality, how many patrons in reality, like how many cars might be generated or parking might be generated from that location, thinking through where the parking is available, if people will be parking, on the street or wherever else?
Yeah, so the parking standard is in our zoning code is based on square footage of assembly area.
Right.
Now, that's different from occupancy, where you have a number of 327 in this case. And that's really based on how many people can you get in the room in the building safely and can exit without, having potential safety concerns in a swift manner, basically. Ultimately, the parking, it may exceed what they have on site, depending on how many patrons attend or visit the establishment at any given time. And then, that would ultimately spill out onto the street. Or if there's, unless the applicant has an agreement with an adjacent property to have overflow parking areas. So that is something that we've also considered. We've done parking management plans where we do see issues relative to parking to address some of those overflow problems.
Thank you.
David, just make sure I heard correctly, maximum occupancy is 327?
Correct, and that's between all three levels.
Okay. And 34 parking spaces, so 9.5 people per car?
Roughly.
And that's considered an adequate number of parking spaces?
Well, it's, again, so those are different calculations. So the zoning code and land use is going to be different than what the building and safety department and fire department look at in terms of maximum total capacity.
Forgive me, but perhaps some of the members of the Planning Commission who thought there might be some deleterious effects were perhaps looking at 9.5 people per parking space.
Yeah.
All right, that was more a comment than a question.
I have a question. Oh, I think that.
Councilmember Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on the parking issue, because it does relate to some of the concerns we've heard about most people parking on the street. So if this was going to be a restaurant, it would still have the same number of parking requirements as a nightclub?
So in the downtown parking combining zone, there's two ways to calculate assembly use or restaurant uses. It's one space per 5 for assembly uses for 5 seats. Where there aren't fixed seats, the calculation is the 1 per 250 square feet. So there is a different calculation depending on whether it's fixed seating or just area of assembly.
Got it. So a restaurant which will have less people in it could actually require more parking under our current rules.
Potentially.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that. And then in reading in the appeal or a letter relating to it, I think they said one of the ways they would mitigate people congregating in the parking lot was to use it primarily for staff and just reserve some for VIP customers. So if that's the case, then I think the mayor's calculation is low for how many people would need to be per car. Of course, people will take other methods of transportation, but so I guess I'll ask that of the applicant, just their intended use of the parking lot from what I read. Thank you, Mayor. That's it for questions.
Councilmember Woods.
David, what was the staff recommendation to Planning Commission?
It was for approval.
So staff approved it. I can understand the noise issues when you look at the map with everything. Was anything looked at with off-site parking versus that parking lot? Like as an example, we have, in the day the Rite Aid is used. I don't know if it's open 24 hours or not. There's an office building across the street. We'd have to put in maybe a crosswalk or something or valet. Was any of that explored in this process?
So typically we don't get into that level of review if they meet the parking standards of the zoning code. So in this case, they exceeded the parking standards. One thing to also keep in mind relative to the 327, it is not likely that, that's going to be the number of people at the site all the time, every day, every hour, that they're open. So that's something that, again, it's more about assuming they have an event or a special occasion, they cannot exceed that. The prior use that was at this location was a meeting hall, and they did events and other assembly type special events. But they had, I looked up their occupancy, they had a lower occupancy, but I believe it was because they weren't occupying the third floor mezzanine. So.
Great, thank you.
If there are no other questions for staff, at this time I would like to open the public hearing. The appellate will have up to 5 minutes to provide their testimony, and the public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. If there are other speakers, the applicant will be invited to provide a rebuttal of up to 2 minutes. The applicant testimony, please.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the consideration of our appeal this evening. My name is Justine Boyer. I am the co-owner of PSPC Enterprises as well as Fuego Nightclub, and we are appealing Planning Commission's denial this evening. Just a little bit about myself. I am born and raised here in Palm Springs. I have really enjoyed the community, the growth in the community, and I'm looking forward to really opening up the community and reactuating the 300 block that has been long neglected in my eyes. The vision here for Fuego Nightclub is to provide a memorable and safe atmosphere for both locals and tourists. This will have a sophisticated vibe, not one that you're used to with Zeldas or other unfortunate events with other clubs in the area. We will not be serving food. We would be working from Thursday to Sunday. Granted, business was great and booming, but in the beginning, we probably would be just Friday and Saturday. I know it mentioned in the presentation was from 4 p.m. Starting time. It's actually 9 p.m. 4 p.m. would be if there was a special event. This is not an always time. Our guests will be asked to become dress to impress. Strict dress code will be asked of all patrons. And Fuego Nightclub will work towards shifting a cultural landscape that increasingly de-emphasizes alcohol consumption and focuses more on the entertainment aspect of it. We'll have a variety of cocktails, but more so also mocktails for those who don't drink. The operating plan, as was previously mentioned, I'll touch a little bit on. The tri-story building would be, the first floor is the ID check and the pat downs and security check with metal detectors. Second floor is the dance floor, the bar, 2 of the VIP areas. The mezzanine floor will overlook the dance floor and it will offer 4 of the VIP areas there, as well as the DJ area that will overlook the dance floor. Fuego Nightclub will have approximately 25 employees that we were planning on, but given the security plan, we want to actually add more than the required 7 security guards. We want to instill possibly an additional 5, just so we can have all bases covered, including outside as well. Fuego's tight security will make anybody feel comfortable. A night to remember. Everyone, including the employees, will feel safe while having a good time. Our goal is to leave everlasting impressions for tourists and locals to come. A higher clientele will be asked to come, but it will be the comfort that everyone will really enjoy. Our sound mitigation plan, it is pretty extensive. We did a series of findings with the acoustical report as well as the peer review, and we found that with proper mitigation measures, the sound can be remedied so it's not heard outside. The west wall, which is also located at the back of the bar, would be the back of the house, but we are planning on putting in noise deafening walls as well as gypsum board, as well as high-tech, measures within the interior, for the interior sound that will be easily accessed from the DJ booth. Being installed inside the building as well as outside will ensure that it's not damaged to the extreme heat or victim to theft. The sound mitigation walls will be from floor to ceiling. That way the noise does not emanate and go to where the residents could possibly be bothered in the late evening. Fuego will assist with job opportunities, tax revenue for the city and state, and building use that will assist with some of the homelessness issues in the area there. The potential to bring Fuego to life in Palm Springs is, in fact, a dream come true as a local resident here in Palm Springs. The area where the club is located has long been neglected as far as tourism is concerned, in my eyes, and I believe that the addition to the 300 block is definitely needed. By offering locals and visitors the perfect dance location that is safe and fun, our team is prepared to provide a five-star experience for all. We believe that this will definitely be a worthy destination for all. I did hear a few questions about parking. We do have a parking plan in place. We do have a couple options. We all know that Lyft and Uber is an option for most people who are going out a night on the town. We have a loading zone already provided with the building that's conveniently located in front of the building, as well as an approved security plan with the city of Palm Springs. Our efforts to not force people to jaywalk across the street, we could offer several shuttle services to the neighboring parking lot, which the building owner has graciously offered that for use as well, if absolutely needed. Considering that the building was previously used as a event space, we would be using the building as a like for like, and in hopes to really bring back the amazing entertainment that Palm Springs graciously needs. Thank you for your time.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you would call on the public that would like to speak. And Ms. Boyer, you will be given an opportunity for rebuttal.
Andre Polakaiwicz, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time and this gracious opportunity to express my humble opinion. My name is Andre Polakaiwicz. I'm a senior executive director in the entertainment industry. I fell in love with Palm Springs many years ago, and I'm currently a very proud resident. I see downtown Palm Springs as the crown jewel of California, and I'm a big proponent of the business expansion and the revitalization that has hit full speed following the pandemic, which, as you know, had put sad but temporary damper on the progress. So I personally am in full support of the Fuego nightclub project for several reasons. Number one of the things that I noticed is that downtown Palm Springs is really missing a high-end, sophisticated, premier social club that could further elevate the city's unique image and broad appeal and serve as a great marketing tool to attract more affluent tourism and greater dollars to flow into the city. And I think Fuego is exactly that type of concept that will, satisfy that need. I know the applicant personally and professionally. This is a business leader with integrity and vision and a true passion for the city and its ordinance conformities. And personally, I'm a huge supporter of minority and female-owned businesses. And lastly, I'm ready to put on my dancing shoes, enjoy myself with my friends and neighbors, and toast the bright future of this one-of-a-kind town and our colorful community. So, in summary, as you can tell, I'm passionately and zealously encouraging you to allow for this progress to happen and Fuego to open to the benefit of our beloved community. So thank you so much for your time. Have a good night.
Brittany Tom, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Brittany. I'm a tenant at the Orleans Apartments on South Bellado Road. And I spoke at the first meeting. I'm as a voice for all the tenants. We have all voted, and we do not want this coming in at all. It disrupts our livelihood. And to talk about this, in addition to the things that you talked about regarding parking, the 36 spaces doesn't seem like enough at all once you take into consideration staff. So just from that, it seems like there's going to be a ton of outflow onto the streets. How are you going to control that? I'm a single female, and there's plenty of times that I get home like late at night. Are you saying that there's going to be a security guard monitoring our parking lot in the streets? Because I know there's going to be a ton of people parking out in the streets. And drunks can be really violent and unpredictable. So that kind of scares me. The other thing that you guys talked about was the proper sound mitigation measures. Are you going to be doing that for other units of our apartment complex as well? Because I'm sure there's going to be noise that gets out from over there at the nightclub, and it comes into our complex as well. So is that going to be done in any of our units as well? Because, that would only kind of seem fair. But besides that, we just don't want this coming in. We don't want the extra noise, the extra crime, the additional problems, the parking. It just seems like a very bad decision in general. The first meeting, it was a unanimous vote, and there was a reason why it was a unanimous vote that this was to be denied. So I guess that's all I have to say. I hope you please listen to this. Thank you so much.
Dominic Scharf, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dominic Scharf. I am also a Palm Springs resident and also a former manager of Copa Nightclub and current manager of the Tropical Restaurant in Palm Springs. I here am in full support of Fuego Nightclub and hoping that it will open not only to attract more of a better clientele and high-end clientele from other parts of Southern California, but to also give us locals, younger generation locals, I'm in my 30s, for a place to celebrate and listen to great music, not only because other places are already overpopulated and over capacity. Like the Village is always a line outside. There's always, they're always cutting people short because their capacity is limited. Same thing with Copa. There's not enough room for people to come in, and that gives the rest of us nowhere else to go. And I believe opening this club will allow others that are local to have a place to celebrate, gather up with their friends, and enjoy themselves. And I do support Justine as a business woman, especially a woman owner. And that's kind of a great thing in my eyes because I do have 3 sisters. And I'm in just full support for them 101%. Thank you.
Matt Shook, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Matt Shuck. I am the General Manager of the Avalon Hotel and Bungalows and Ingleside Inn, which should be noted are in the top 10 of TOT contribution. I'm also speaking on behalf of Lars Vikland, who owns the La Serena Villas, the Del Marcos, and the 350 Hotel. Both, actually all 5 of these hotels are within 500 feet of the proposed nightclub. You know, I hear a lot that this is one club that's being added in. We are already dealing with the Village Pub noise. The Robinson May building was permitted to be another club, and now this club. That puts 3 clubs within a 1-block radius surrounding 5 hotels and residences. So we're now creating a new entertainment strip right around some top producing properties. And I'll just get to the point. Look, there's 4 main points. You talked about parking already. There is a significant deficiency in parking. The proposal said potentially parking lots nearby. Eisenhower Health has written a letter saying they absolutely, adamantly opposed to this. They will not allow their lot to be used. What this means is you've got 34 parking spots for 327 people. Where are they going to park? They're going to park on the street. They're going to park in these lots that the owners don't want them to do. They're going to come out at 2 a.m, screaming, yelling, smoking, fighting, all within, again, the purview of 5 great hotels in our community. Second one is increases in traffic generation. We are going to see a lot more traffic down Bellardo, which isn't lit at all. You're going to see much more incidents of hits and runs and incidents there. Third is excessive noise. The noise studies that they have are inadequate because they don't address the noise that's going to be generated outside of the facility by patrons coming and going and leaving after 2 a.m. Again, fighting, honking, screaming, all of that. The fourth is inadequate security provisions. They mention in their plan that they're going to have every half hour a security guard patrol the area. That is completely insufficient for what needs to be done with all of the open lots, the open streets. And it's just going to bring an unwanted additional loud noise club to a quite peaceful and, again, revenue generating and contributing properties to our community. So I really hope the City Council will follow in the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission and choose to allow them to take this great idea somewhere else, but not at our doorstep.
Thank you. Ivany Sanchez, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Ivany Sanchez, and I've been a resident of Palm Springs all my life. I've been keeping up with this project, and I'm in full support of it. I know Palm Springs can really benefit from having a nightclub, and I believe that this is going to be the attraction Palm Springs needs. I don't have anything negative to say about this project. All I see is good coming from it. I do hear people's concerns, but I feel like with the right plans in place, it can be possible, and I feel like Ms. Boyer has the right plans in place. I do see this affecting businesses and the city of Palm Springs, but in such a positive way. However, I do recognize that there is a small apartment complex located in the central business district. I realize this is unfortunate for them, but these tenants should have been aware that downtown is lively and it's inevitable for the city to continue this growth. I hope this project gets approved this evening. I'm excited to support a Hispanic businesswoman and hopefully bring more diversity to the business owners downtown. Thank you guys for your time. I hope you guys take in consideration the profit margin of a small apartment complex to a successful business that will not only attract everyone from the valley, but from tourists as well. Thank you. Have a good night.
Adan Calderon, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Adan Calderon, and I'm calling in regards to agenda item 2A. I feel like the nightclub of Fuego will be a great addition to the city of Palm Springs. Downtown Palm Springs is growing slowly, and something like this can definitely ramp things up because out of completely different, and it sounds a lot better than the ones that are currently there. After seeing the original Zoom call when this club was declined, I feel like this club and owners were being discriminated against because other clubs, such as Reforma and Pretty Faces, were approved when they didn't even have a security plan. Meanwhile, Fuego showed them the security plan to take care of everyone inside and out, and was also approved by the police department. If this club were to open, it would create another attraction for the city of Palm Springs, and it would increase diversity between business owners in the city of Palm Springs. Also, another thing that I noticed during the last meeting was that they said this place wasn't going to have enough parking spaces. But after doing some research to the city codes, they have more than enough. And then also a council member said it was a great idea for a terrible location, but it's truly the perfect location to expand what is already known as downtown Palm Springs. I believe Fuego can operate as a safe and fun place, and I can't wait to support a local business. Thank you.
Callie Vickland, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Kelly. I'm Lars's wife. We own the 350 Del Marcos and Las Serena Villas, as well as the apartment building that's right next to the proposed nightclub. I think we should focus on that. I don't know if you guys got to see the pictures that we had sent into the planning committee. Basically, the apartment building and the nightclub Fuego, you can touch with both hands on either side of you. So that's a really big concern. We've had such a hard time since COVID, and one of our biggest revenues is both the hotels and the apartment building. It's only my husband and I, Lars. We have no investors. We've put our heart and soul into everything. And the thing that strikes me is that when we were building Las Serena Villas, it was proposed as a 27-room property, and we had to cut it down to 18 because of parking. And we had to also build a parking lot and spaces behind the hotel. I don't understand a club for 350 people and there's 30 spaces, and getting out at 2 a.m. drunk. I don't know how my businesses are going to survive. We already have another one going into the BevMo. I think it's important to focus that this is a residential area, and I just don't understand how that looks at night with drunk people going to their cars and where they're parking for my hotel, for my residents at the Orleans. I really am concerned about them. One of them brought up in the last meeting, would you want to live there? Which I'm concerned that we're going to have a lot of people moving out, and it's going to be really hard to get people to live there. That is their home. And anyway, at the last meeting, at the planning committee, it was voted down 7-0. So I'm surprised that there's hope to appeal it when, there was so much negativity against it. Anyway, I have heard that Eisenhower is not willing to give them parking spots. I don't know how they're going to accommodate
That concludes your time.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Bryce Eberling, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Bryce Eberline, and I'm a full-time resident of Palm Springs, and I'm in full support of this project. I know the applicant personally and professionally, and I believe this is a great, amazing opportunity for the city and the Coachella Valley. It could bring a lot of revenue for local businesses and the hotels around. Thank you.
Lucy Berman, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Yes, hello. I am a 15-year resident of the desert, lifetime lover. I did see the presentation at the last meeting, and I thought that it looked beautiful. And I also felt the desert was lacking this type of nightclub. A lot of people have been concerned about the noise and all that. I really understand that. But my point of view is that the Strip has always been a place for entertainment. And anyone who moved into that area, I personally would think you have that understanding of it, because throughout my lifetime, that's
been where you go for entertainment. I only see this as a benefit for all of the hotels that will have guests looking for things to do at night. It sounds like there's a really good plan in place to get the noise under control. And there's already people on the strip. I don't know if it would really bring in so many different people as maybe adjust where the people are all going and give more options. I don't really have much more to say as other than I really think this would be beneficial, and it would be great for the Latin community. And I agree it'd be wonderful to see a woman-owned business do well. That's all I have to say. I really hope you will reconsider your original decision, and I hope to party it up at Fuego nightclub.
Sherry Armbruster, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sherry Armbruster. I am a registered nurse that occasionally works in the area. I also was a property owner there for a while, and then Palm Springs did have its lull. And recently I came back to visit and was in the downtown area and in now the uptown of Palm Springs, and I'm very excited and pleased to see Palm Springs coming back to life. Because in my 20s and 30s, when I spent so much time there on spring break and going to Pompeii's and Zelda, Cisco's, and all these fun places, and I've gone back a few times, and you go out in the evening and there's nowhere to go. And there's nowhere sophisticated to go. And all the neighboring hotels don't even have any, lounges or anything to enjoy. And so Palm Springs is really in desperate need of a fun, sophisticated place. I've been by that property and visited and see the homelessness, the vagrancy, the abandonedness. I also am a business owner, and I own commercial real estate and crime. I understand the people living in the apartments feeling like it will bring crime, but actually abandoned homeless areas bring a lot more crime and danger and depreciation of your property than having a thriving, active business that's promoting all those people from the neighboring hotels to have somewhere to go. And in 2022, people do not pack in a car and go to a nightclub. They come in limousines, they come in town cars, they come in Ubers and Lyfts, and they leave in those same devices. And as long as there's a security plan and a great parking plan, and I know the Rite Aid owners across the street did say that they would accommodate either, the employees or someone. So there's other people that they could, if they had a plan in place for parking, and then the security in the parking lot that are monitoring the surrounding areas, that's going to bring growth and appreciation and good things to the area.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Homelessness.
Anya Barber, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. Tonight I would like to comment on item 2A. My name is Anya Barber. I am a lifetime resident and a business owner in Palm Springs, and I frequently host out-of-town friends and family. I have known Justine and Hugo personally and professionally for over 10 years. I trust them. I believe in them. The thought of them having an upscale nightclub down here to invigorate our nightlife is really so exciting. I mean, let alone one run by Justine and Hugo. I've reviewed these plans extensively, and this is truly inspiring. This club will be about atmosphere, not alcohol. Personally, I'm not a drinker. I'm really excited about their plans. I hear a lot of worries about sound, but I'm also hearing a lot of solutions. Fuego is it's sure to be a success, the kind of success that can be the flagship for more classy nightlife atmosphere that Palm Springs has always been known for. And, you know, as we've seen with Zelda's, it kind of slipped away, but we can't let that sully this. I mean, we have a really great opportunity. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for this opportunity for me to speak in support of Fuego Nightlife.
Valerie Camarillo.
Sorry. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to say that I'm in full support of Fuego Nightclub. I think it's great, you know. I know one of the things that was said in the past meeting was that it was the fourth nightclub, but the reality is that there isn't a lot of nightclubs in Palm Springs. They're restaurants that then turn into dance spaces, which is why they're so small and overcrammed. And now this Fuego is presented as an actual big nightclub where you can fit more people, and all these other places that are overflowing are now gonna be at this great nightclub. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. But I mean, I just wanted to say I'm in full support. And as far as the parking, it sounds like Rite Aid is working with them, and there'll be plenty parking. Again, I mean, people my age typically Uber. No one wants to get a DUI, so it's Lyft or Uber. But thank you for allowing me to speak.
Edgar Cano Leyva, followed by Carla Galavis.
Good evening. My name is Carla, and I'm here. I'm a little nervous. One moment. Hello, my name is Carla, and I'm a resident of the Coachella Valley. I'm here in support in this project, Fuego Nightclub, Ms. Mayor, and everyone else. I'm here to represent myself, and Edgar is my husband, and we both are DJs. We're in entertainment, and we strongly believe that this is a huge asset to our community and provide us jobs for our locals, especially including ourselves. I believe this is a great and amazing opportunity for the city and the Coachella Valley, and this upscale nightclub is what our city needs. I believe that this lounge will be a great addition to Palm Springs. The city is expanding. This project can bring and attract high-class clientele. I'm excited, and I'm in full support and in Fuego Nightclub, and thank you for your time.
David Feltman.
I am not for or against this project. I just want to share some information. I frequent that block all the time. I eat at the restaurants in the two hotels there. And what you have going on, I think the parking within that, the bank or whatever it was is kind of whatever. But what you have is 4 or 5 open lots there that, with the exception of Eisenhower, that I recently ran into a security guard at 7 p.m. My bedtime is 9, so I've never gone at 10, 11, 12, 1, or 2, but all of those lots are open. And so I think what the council needs to figure out is how do you push those crowds and that traffic across to the Rite Aid with no crosswalk. And I know Mayor Middleton is the biggest supporter of crosswalks in the entire world. And I agree with her on that. But really, it's those 4 unmonitored lots. I squat in those lots as a parker when I run into those or dine in those restaurants all the time. I think without getting those lots under control, you're going to have that noise out there at 10, 11, 12, 1 and 2, disturbing the guests in those hotels. If you can make those lots inaccessible by working with those owners who now leave them unmonitored, then you might be able to craft a solution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Susan Barber, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Thank you. Well, good evening. Good evening to everybody, and especially to you, Madam Mayor, and all the citizens of my favorite city on the planet. Firstly, I want to register my resounding support for this project. As a 38-year resident, I feel entitled to give my tuppence worth of opinion on this matter. And I've done my share of clubbing, believe me. And in the mid-'80s and '90s, Palm Springs was the bee's knees. People got dressed to impress, to see, and to be seen. And over the years, the glamour that was Palm Springs has been diluted. And except for the few fabulous Pride events, there's just nowhere in Palm Springs that offers the kind of experience being proposed by the owners of this, we hope, club. An elegant dress code, theme nights, multicultural music genres. Their plan is to create a place for us to get dressed up and go. A divine location where we can socialize with like-minded residents or tourists, sip on exotic or pedestrian cocktails, and listen to great music and dance. Wow, I'm surprised there's so much debate on such a positive project. Come on. This is the perfect time for Palm Springs to make up for all the lost revenue of the pandemic. This kind of lighthearted, fun activity will attract a section of the population that is presently being ignored. And these people will certainly bring the much-needed tax dollars to the city. It's bound to be a big winner. I say yes to Fuego. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it'll be just a moment. Jimena Ramirez, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jimena Ramirez. I'm a resident here in Palm Springs. I'm in full support of this project. I just wanted to reach out and say I think it's a really well planned out plan, and I believe it's going to be a great opportunity for the city of Palm Springs. That's all. Thank you.
Alec De La Cruz, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm just here to comment while I'm still listening to the City Council. And I am 24 years old, and I am in support of a new nightclub like this. I believe the parking spaces are more than enough, and the nightlife of downtown Palm Springs has been growing again steadily for the past 5-7 years. So I think it would be nice to continue. It still works, this plan. So people use other forms of transportation, especially if we expand our public transit to later hours, like I have been asking. Public street parking is still parking, and people should be able to use it how they want. I just don't think it affects people's livelihood who won't go that much. And the clubbing section area of downtown doesn't have to be like a quiet library. Downtown is supposed to be lively, and I think it's going to be great. So that's all. Thank you.
Kathy Warmick, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hi, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kathy Warmick, and I'm chair of the Planning Commission. And I'm just here to answer a few questions that were raised by the council regarding our decisions. Yes, the residential buildings are occupied. They're within probably an arm's length of the building and the proposed club. We have looked at several nightclubs in the downtown. Several months ago, we approved a nightclub next to Bevmo. Last week, we approved a nightclub in Zozo's. The reason we didn't approve this club was that there is absolutely no buffer between this building and the residential units that abut it. And we uniformly agreed that this is an inappropriate location for a club. We liked the club. We didn't discriminate against it. We believe that it might be a very good venue someplace else in Palm Springs, but we had great concerns about that. We also had concerns about the parking below. Although it met requirements, we were not convinced that there would not be noise at night that would filter up into the apartments that are adjacent to the building. On a separate note, and this is maybe not what's before you, when we looked at the Zozo's building, we wanted to send a message to City Council that we have concerns about what is happening in the downtown. We've gotten reports about fights in the parking lots, fights on the streets when people come out of the village pub at 2 a.m. And we think that, and we've had shootings on arenas. And we just wanted to issue a concern to the City Council that the situation at 2 a.m. might actually be an issue for the council and the police department to take up. But in terms of this club, our main concern was the adjacency to the occupied units. We had testimony that the residents in those units are in their 70s, and that this would be exceedingly detrimental to them. And that was the reason for our unanimous decision. Thank you so much.
Robert Brueggemann, you're live with the City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and you may begin.
Hey, Council. Sorry that you are doing such a marathon this evening. You certainly are fulfilling your civic duty. I just wanted to say that as the former manager of La Serena and as a resident, I strongly oppose and urge you to deny the application by Fuego to go into the bank building. As part of my duties, I was involved in managing the Orleans building, and those poor tenants are literally just steps up the building, and I don't believe that any noise mitigation that they propose is worth sacrificing those people who literally at their front door will have to listen to that music every night of the, every Thursday through Sunday. I'm also very concerned because the city at this point has reached a saturation point on that stretch of Palm Canyon. There is Moxie, there is Village, there's Reforma, and this would be the fourth nightclub in a 1 block radius. And that, to me, if you count the capacity of all 4 of those proposals, seems like there would be 1,000 people on the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. And my concern is that PSPD is already stretched at that hour. If you listen to the testimony of the sergeant at the Planning Commission, he seemed reluctant to confirm that they would be able to handle such a crowd and so many drunk people and so many people hanging out at their cars. So as someone who works in hospitality, I'm concerned about the noise level as well, because standing on the front steps of La Serena, I can tell you can hear the amplified music from the Village. And since you're up so late, you may want to drive by and see if they're actually complying with their CUP to have the doors closed when they're playing music, because I can tell you almost every night of the week that is not the case. So I lack the confidence in the operator being able to fill the CUP, even if it was going to mitigate the noise for the tenants. I don't think it's going to. And as I said, I'm also very concerned about having what seems to be almost 1,000 people on the street when our police department seems to indicate that they would not be able to handle such an activity. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our list.
The applicant will have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you again. I really do appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I do hear a lot of concern about possible noise when people are leaving the facility. In our efforts to make it comfortable for residents of Palm Springs, me being one, including, we want to offer some sort of barrier mechanism in the parking lot, so we can either have a valet driver that parks the vehicles, or alternatively, we create that to be a VIP guest-only parking area. And with those barriers, it will kind of, well, it will eliminate for certain the hanging around in the parking lot, causing the noise in the parking lot on the west end of the building, and really just more so focusing on the VIP area for them. I did hear a couple comments about this is the 4th nightclub. It's actually the 2nd. The pub and the Village Pub and Moxie are actually classified as a restaurant, as all of you know. And unfortunate, it is difficult for them to control the noise. They're a restaurant that is half outdoors. I understand, I empathize with them. I was ecstatic to hear that the Planning Commission was definitely interested in actuating the 300 block when Reforma was approved, and I was in full support of them, as well as Pretty Faces. I did, excuse me while I look through my notes here. Also on parking, as we all do know, Lyft is a huge factor. Uber, ride sharing, maybe even some of the hotels offer shuttles
right? So we really want to work with the local hotels, and maybe offer their clients some sort of discounts when entering the facility, as well as offering them any offerings that we can offer to the tourists as well. Thank you. That's all I need, unless you have further questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Woods.
Hi, thank you. Dennis Woods here. I think I heard a couple comments that you're a woman, obviously, and this is your business. Is this? Do you do other nightclubs, or is this your only? I have know nothing about you, so explain. Can you just tell me a little?
A little about me. As I mentioned, I am born and raised here in Palm Springs. I do have a pretty extensive background in the entertainment industry. More recent, I have done real estate here in Palm Springs, revamping housing for locals who need more housing. I've done management for big HOA complexes. I had a business for vacation rental management, but more so on the entertainment aspect. I have worked with many hotels, well-known hotels here in the Coachella Valley, as well as outside of the Coachella Valley. So I do have experience in this, yes.
So, we are approving the land use, not necessarily you, right? We're approving the land use, but we have a variety of operating conditions. And I can just tell you from my own experience, controlling a hip hop crowd is not always the easiest thing in the world. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Yes. So it wouldn't be primarily just hip hop. We want to offer a place for maybe country night, maybe soft rock night, maybe indie night. That was the initial plan, but really we saw a greater opportunity for more music, possibly the occasional couple times a year with a soft rock, maybe a local band, a local artist that wants to enjoy the lounge. We definitely see an opportunity here. It's not strictly just for hip hop. Yes, the original plan was to cater more towards maybe that clientele, but we widened the horizon and really broadened the scope there.
And just, obviously you're making a very large investment.
Yes.
Even the investment in going through the entitlement process, which you're doing right now, is not inexpensive.
Oh.
And it takes time to do that. Have you done any market research, or are you just kind of, to make sure you're successful?
Yes, we've done plenty of market research. I'm more than happy to provide the business plan that we have provided to the SBA, as well as other owners here in the Coachella Valley. But this is an extensive marketplace that could potentially make the city, as well as local hotels, a great deal of revenue.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. So do you own the building that's the subject of the permit, or are you a lessee? Have you leased the building? Can you just explain what process you've gone through and what's currently at stake for you?
Sure. We have already entered a lease as of July of 2021, and we have actively been paying on that lease. We pay for overnight security right now, since that time, just to monitor the parking lot and make sure that there aren't any campsites of homelessness or vagrants and things like that. So we are involved in the building. We do not own it yet. Our hopes are when the lease is over, we would purchase the building. We see a great opportunity for this to be our new home for Fuego nightclub. We're not planning on going anywhere anytime soon.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyer, the parking lots that are adjacent, that are the various businesses, have you approached them regarding use of their parking?
Yes, the building owner for our building actually owns Rite Aid, the Mexican restaurant across the way, the small bank across the way as well, and recently just sold the grocery outlet as well. They have agreed that if necessary, we could definitely enter a lease agreement with them, utilize their parking spaces. We would offer to pay for security in that parking lot across the way as well. If push came to shove, We do not want to force our patrons to jaywalk across the street. That is a huge concern for us. We would be willing even to pay for a mid-block crosswalk. Anything to really make sure that everyone is safe when crossing the street there.
So the businesses that are on the same side of the street who have parking spaces, have you approached them?
No, we have not. The Eisenhower building is pretty close in vicinity to ours, but we can't access it easily. There's no openings or anything like that. Same with the New Orleans building. We can't access their parking lot. It's a little bit higher in level there. And I'm assuming that the New Orleans parking lot wouldn't be too interested in letting us use any of their parking, but our patrons wouldn't even be able to access their parking facilities just because it's around the block. There aren't any on that side that would possibly be into it. Our concern is if we did go to the Eisenhower building and ask them, it may still be too close to those residents, and our goal is to not bother them as much as possible.
And your outreach to the neighborhood and to the neighboring business establishments, could you tell us how that?
We have done quite a bit of outreach to the neighboring businesses as well as locals, hotels, big hotels as we know it, downtown Palm Springs. You know, we've had wonderful investors reach out to us for the big hotels downtown Palm Springs in full support. Because if we succeed, they succeed. If we bring in the higher clientele here, then fortunate for them, their guests will have a reason to keep coming back, to keep exploring Palm Springs and enjoying it.
So did you reach out to the neighborhood organization?
Which in that sense?
Historic Tennis Club Neighborhood Organization?
In the very beginning of our project, we were given a couple email addresses from the planning department. I didn't hear anything back. I'm hopeful that if they wanted to speak and reach out to us, they would definitely do so, but our doors are always open, and if there's any mitigation measures that they think that are needed, we're definitely open to it.
And the hotels on Bellardo that testified in opposition this evening, did you engage conversations with them?
We have not. No, we have not.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So is there discussion, comments from council?
Thank you. That's right. I had asked a question, and it looks like you have the answer for us. Thank you.
David obviously recognized that.
So, yes, Councilmember Holstage, I went back to the general plan relative to page 73 and the references in that letter. So the reference was an action item, land use 1.1, and that was in response to a goal, which is to establish a balanced pattern of land uses that complements the pattern and character of existing uses. So it's more of an action item to address balanced land uses. When it talks about developing standards that provide appropriate transitions between commercial, industrial, and residential uses, more in the broader sense. So when we have, a commercial district that's only commercial versus a residential district that's only residential, how are we addressing the transitions between those? And then the second reference was a land use action 3.2, which says develop standards that ensures adequate buffering between industrial and commercial uses and surrounding residential. And that one's in response to general plan goal land use 3, which says attract and retain high quality industrial and business park development. So the broader goal being how we are responding to our business parks and industrial development, and when we have residential that might be impacted by that, how are we addressing that? So that's, again, those are action items that weren't more broad goals or policies per se.
Thank you, that's helpful. Appreciate that.
Are there comments from council, or is there a motion? Councilmember Coors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just looking at the Planning Commission action and looking at the findings we need to make, I think you can make most of them. The one that I'm having a hard time making is the necessary or desirable. Clearly, it's not necessary, and there are parts of it that are desirable, but I'm having a real trouble with I believe 31-unit apartment building right close to a nightclub that has capacity for 350 people. The parking issues exist, and we've talked about the need to update our parking code from, I don't know, the 80s or whenever it was done. And this maybe highlights some of that, but it obviously meets the parking requirements. But my big issue, which sounds like the one that the Planning Commission had, is that it's right up against this apartment building. It's also near hotels where the noise will have an impact, but it's really the apartment building strikes me as the thing that makes it hard for me to make a finding that this is desirable. But I, of course, want to hear from the rest of council on that. That's where my inclination is, and I wanted to share that as we discuss it.
Councilmember Halstage.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Thank you for sharing. I actually think that this first part of that finding, that the use is necessary or desirable for the development of the community, is in harmony with the various elements or objectives of the general plan, is met. It's clear that entertainment uses are intended and specified in the central business district. I think for me, and by the way, I think it's very desirable to have a club, a real club, in the city of Palm Springs, and expand opportunities for people to go to a club and dance. And we see kind of the lack of opportunities for folks with lines and stuff. I think for me, the issue that I want to discuss is that if it's not detrimental to existing uses or for future uses. And so that's what I wanted to raise is I do think it's consistent with the business district, and I think this issue will probably come up more and more as we do see more people coming and wanting to expand entertainment uses, and just how to balance that with residential downtown, right? Which Palm Canyon is our main street, and so we expect that likely nightclubs will be on Palm Canyon. And so that's a balance that we're going to have to figure out. But we don't have to do that tonight. We just have to decide if it's detrimental to existing uses or future uses. And I think that's what we've heard from the community. I haven't made up my mind on that issue, and just trying to hear the public comment and hear from council. But I just wanted to flag that's my interpretation of where we're at on that finding, or where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Woods.
This is one of the joys of urban planning right here. And I have to tell you, the city of Palm Springs constantly needs to recreate. And if we don't recreate, we are going to die. And what do I mean by that? I went to the Pisha lunch today, which is the Palm Springs Hospitality Association. And Michael Braun spoke about the future of Palm Springs. And one of the issues that he had made is that we really need more entertainment venues to bring people out here, or they're going to go to other places. And we live beyond our means in Palm Springs. And what do I mean by that? We have our own police department. We have our own fire department. We have great parks. We have good streets. We have all of these amenities that are basically sponsored by the tourism industry, unfortunately. And we have been trying, ever since I've been on council, to diversify that, to get more. But we have to, and we have organizations that buffer that. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. It was a bank originally, and obviously mixed use is next to it. It doesn't appear, I read through the literature that was, and the comments that were provided, if you parked on Bellardo, it doesn't really appear that you can cut through to the proposed nightclub. You really do have to park either on Palm Canyon and or the parking lot or somewhere else around. This is not unusual, and that's what makes a downtown dynamic. You don't want your downtown dead at night. That's the death of you. And, you know, some of the stuff I read about the homelessness and that and encampments, well, when you have vitality like that, you know, they're not going to camp and sleep in your doorstep because people are coming and going in the middle of the night. And you want the parking to be shared. You want the daytime uses to use that parking. And then at night it sits empty and you want the nighttime uses to use it so that you're using your land use very, very efficiently. The point I think that Councilmember Holstage made, and as did Coors, is that the noise to the parking lot and to the adjacency of the residential, because it is an older residential building, it's probably not as soundproofed. But it appears from this staff report that they're willing to actually soundproof their facility. So what we really have to manage here is the parking at night when people leave. That we've heard a lot about, oh, there's drugs and people are hanging out. You know, that's, who knows if that's true or not. Maybe a previous owner of some nightclub had those problems, but it seems to me in listening to the staff report that our police chief is fully on board with this. And the police department thinks that the security measures that they're putting in place will work. So my only thing in making the finding will be the two things, will be the quietness of people leaving at 2 a.m. in the back parking lot. And then if people do park, the safety of people who park on Palm Canyon and crossing the street. So while I listen to the rest of the council members speak, I would look to our staff to say, we don't know who's going to own this in the future, is what do we need to put into the conditions of approval, right? And I think they've offered some things tonight that would make that one issue, which is basically noise in the parking lot or at 2 a.m, be mitigated. It seems like other noise is mitigated. So I would put the thinking cap on our staff at this point. I don't know if you can do it off the cuff or if you need a little bit of time, but that's kind of where I stand with it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think the issue of the apartment complex is a real one. And I applaud the operator for the ideas that they're bringing forward, and clearly entertainment is something that we take pride in Palm Springs and having those kinds of venues. But this is a neighborhood that's very mixed, and we have some remarkable hotels within across the street. Not one of them spoke up in support. They all spoke up in opposition and of grave concern. And I think that that's something that we need to consider. I think the Planning Commission got this right, and while I would be supportive of this type of an entertainment venue, I cannot support it next to an apartment building. I cannot support. This building is a beautiful, beautiful building, but it was designed as a bank. That's why there are 34 parking spaces down there, to bring over 300 individuals into that space with only 34 parking spaces, some of which are going to be taken up by management, means that we are offloading all of the parking issues on to Palm Canyon. And that's going to create issues for a lot of other businesses and operations. So I'm going to vote to support the Planning Commission. Is there a motion?
Oh, I just wanted to ask staff if you were able to think of the mayor's issue with noise. I think is a real issue, particularly for the apartment building that's adjacent. And do you see, in listening to the applicant speak and in your own professional opinion, a way to mitigate that? Either through the use of it or adding some additional criteria or conditions of approval?
Yeah, so we presented several conditions to address a lot of the noise concerns, and those are on page 35 of the staff report. A lot of it is in response to the operation in the inside, but if we're looking at other specific items relative to the outside activities that might occur as the business closes, some things that come to mind would be to require or add a condition that it requires a minimum number of security outside in the parking lot during the last hour or two of closing to ensure that those activities don't occur. That would be one thing. Another thing that comes to mind is to, which we have in here currently, is to have a regular update, or a check-in every 6 months to see what activities have been occurring, and if those items are out of conformance with our conditions, then we schedule it for Planning Commission review, and the applicant would have to respond and address that and to avoid revocation of the CUP.
Great. Can I just ask you a little further question on that? I think the applicant, I think, rightfully stated that we really don't want people jaywalking and whatnot across, Palm Canyon. And when Wang's was open, which is on Indian, which is just the other way, everyone parked in the Rite Aid parking lot and they ran across the street, right? Which we don't want to really recreate here. So I don't know if we can add a condition in that 6-month review or something of that nature. And maybe they have a surety on board for some improvements that might need to be made to make sure that we don't, that we can mitigate any of those impacts that come out. And I don't know how much that surety would be. I just look maybe at the city attorney to think how we might want to do that.
You might want to identify what types, at least a universe of types of improvements we'd be looking at. That way the city engineer could get an estimate of how much that surety would have to be for.
And another way to address some of these items is through the parking management plan, which would be done through a land use permit, which would be conditions that staff would impose to ensure that off-site parking on the adjacent or the property across the street, there's safe access to the operation. And that might be done through whatever conditions that we develop with the applicant to either transport their patrons, or, as the applicant mentioned, a potential crosswalk. Again, that's something that we would have to review with our engineering office, of course. So there's several things that we would have to take a look at as a part of that plan.
So could we put a condition in, thank you, and thank you, City Attorney, put a condition in that would say something like, relook at the parking management plan, buff it up, maybe, if we approve this, and that could be between staff and the applicant. Get the surety, that would be between staff and, you guys could negotiate that without having it necessarily come through council, right? And then put that in, and then it would be reviewed in 6 months, and we would have that surety on board. Would that be something acceptable?
Yes, and one of the conditions is for a 6-month review after 6 months after the C of O. So we just clarified that that includes parking and pedestrian issues as well.
It's very difficult, but just because of the apartments. I'm less worried about the hotels and whatnot, and I read the stuff and I listened to their testimony tonight, but they're quite a ways away from this, and there's a lot of barriers between that. And so I would, with the conditions we just talked about, I would make a motion to approve the project, which was the staff recommendation based on those conditions. The question I guess I have, the last question I have is, what if we can't mitigate it? What if it's bad? You know, what if we find out that this is just not going to work? It is a CUP. Do we have to go through a revocation hearing? Is that what we have to do?
Either a revocation or a modification. We could always bring it back and modify the conditions of approval. So that's another option. And that's
Right.
provided for in our conditions as well as our municipal code.
Okay, so I'll make that motion and see if there's a second.
I'd rather discuss it more if I can really fast, because you're going through conditions, so I don't know if there's a third for that. So my question, let me see, sorry, it's very late. We've been doing this for a very long time straight. Yeah, I guess that motion, I'll just wait for my comments so we can have that motion go. Sorry, so can you restate the motion, Councilmember Woods?
So the motion would be, am I on? Thanks, sorry about that. The motion would be to approve the project, right? With the added condition that we relook at the parking management study with staff, that we do a review of the parking management study, and that we get a financial surety of some sort to basically implement anything that we need to implement, that we have money on board to do it. And if none of that works, right, and it's a problem, then we either look at the CUP and recondition it, or we revoke the CUP, is what we do.
Thank you. Okay, so that triggered my memory of what I was going to ask. So if I can ask planning staff, David, if you don't mind. So what I raised earlier, so looking at that criterion that the use is necessary or desirable, it's in harmony, and it's not detrimental. So staff originally found in staff's recommendation recommending approval of this project to the Planning Commission that staff identified that they thought and recommended that criterion was met, right? So can you just explain sort of the reasoning behind staff's recommendation on that criterion? And then for us, I always have such a hard time with these criterions because they're not further defined, right? So what exactly should we be looking at and making the determination that it's not, that it either, hearing Councilmember Course, that it is in harmony or that it's necessary or desirable, or my concern about it's not detrimental. So what did staff look at to make those determinations? I read Planning Commission's opinion, but staff's opinion would be helpful.
So on page 27, we outline responses to each of the three phrases in criterion number 2. Whether it's necessary or desirable for the development of the community. And in our finding, we said the Central Business District is intended to be a compact, lively, active, intensively used area catering to the pedestrian with specialty retail, restaurants, and entertainment uses. This being a entertainment use, it would be desirable for the development of the community in the CBD zone. So that was the first part. We listed several items under the general plan policies that we felt were speaking towards the proposed use in this location. And then lastly, whether it would be detrimental to existing or future uses in the Central Business District. We've identified that the use will involve specific conditions that they'll have to adhere to relative to noise, security, and with those conditions, it is not expected that the use would be detrimental to other uses in this district.
Thank you. And in the past, when we assess if something's detrimental to other residential uses, I mean, this isn't the first time we've approved entertainment use or noise, a business that could create noise next to residential, especially in the CBD. We have lots of, little apartments or second floor next to restaurants and other entertainment and bars and other entertainment uses. So what's the analysis that we typically do when there, is residential directly next to a project?
So when we're looking at residential impacts, we look at, how the use would, in this case, it's an entertainment venue, so they'll have obviously amplified music. They'll have potential activities outdoors in the parking lot. So again, I think what we had intended with the conditions that we've imposed and the background that we did with this project, with the noise attenuation studies and the peer review, we found that, per the noise experts, that there were ways to mitigate those issues. And so because of that, that was why staff came to the conclusion of an approval recommendation. And then ultimately, in the end, it is discretionary. So that is the discretion of Planning Commission and Council, whether they agree, whether they find that that evidence is sufficient.
Thank you. And I think my last question is, I read the analysis from I read the sound insulation prediction results, but I'm not a sound engineer. So just in normal language, can you explain for the public if there were a motion to approve, so what was the analysis by the sound experts about how the sound would be mitigated and not impact the residential tenants nearby?
So from my understanding from noise experts and noise consultants, that sound, the way it travels away from the source it's similar to water, and it can creep out of cracks and holes or areas where, just like water, can easily flow out of an area. So that's why in their recommendations and what they've studied for this building, they looked at the conditions with the current age of the structure, being built in the 50s, the glass walls that are there. So based on the conditions of the structure, the surrounding uses, residential being the most impacted, they recommended the barrier along the westerly side of the building where the windows are currently located. They made several recommendations on the sealing the all cracks, holes, penetrations on the exterior, and then also providing additional attenuation at doors and windows. So with those recommendations that, and their expertise, which we rely on, they felt that the use would not rise above the level of what the city's noise ordinance requires.
Thank you. So I know where the mayor is, and I know where Councilmember Woods is. I didn't second the motion because I didn't know where Councilmember Coors was, and if there's a way forward for council. Obviously, we have only 4 people here voting, so not to put you on the spot, Councilmember Coors.
I might just amend my motion just really quick. And then we can talk about it more. I might suggest that signs be put up saying be quiet we had a condition that signs be put up, be quiet, you're in a residential neighborhood, right? That no trash after a certain hour of the night will be removed from premises because trash makes noise, right? That will add that to it, and that a dedicated telephone number be provided that is available for neighbors to call. And that be posted as well on site. So I would try and add those 3 conditions as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Coors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. David, if you can come back. So I appreciate sort of the experts' view on the noise. And Councilmember Holstage, thank you. You said what I meant much better than my attempt. I think it's a desirable use in the downtown business district, but I my issue is the lack of desirability due to the detrimental use to an existing use, which is that apartment building right next to it. So is that something that was analyzed by any outside consultant, like the impact of all those people, potentially 300 plus people? I realize that won't be every night, but if it's successful, it'll be, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, potentially leaving at night.
So yeah, the consultant did analyze, the primary analysis was relative to speakers and amplification. And I'm not certain that there's specific analysis for individuals speaking. And I think that's what the Planning Commission had a lot of concerns with, was if you do have 100 or 200 people walking out of a venue, that has potential for concern and problems in the parking lot. So that was, I think, ultimately why the commission landed where they did. But again, if the council is so inclined to approve the project, then there are certain things that I think, as Councilmember Woods has suggested, that we can condition. Another being requiring valet only, so that if the business is operating and they do have individuals who are leaving the venue, only the valet are entering the parking lot and people are not congregating in the back parking lot. They would be limited to the front of the operation.
Thank you.
David, before you go, the surveys that we did from noise, how did they assess the base notes?
So they did provide analysis in the study on the various levels of sound. And we do have conditions in the in our draft conditions relative to lower levels of bass. So the project would be required to ensure that they don't exceed those levels. But no, I can't say specifically how they addressed the bass. I know they considered it, but I don't know the technicalities of it all.
All right, thank you. Further comments? Councilmember Woods.
I might ask, I guess we don't have the police here tonight, but my experience with arenas, is the police chief here? Oh, great. Oh, fantastic. So my experience with arenas, which is right next to an apartment complex, right? It's across the street, a large apartment complex, and a lot of people park in front of that apartment complex. And my experience there is that people in this town anyways don't all leave at 2 in the morning. There really is quite a staggering, and people drink earlier, it seems, or party earlier. This type of establishment, it sounds like it's going to be a little bit different, and it might be more like a Moxie or a Village. And can you just talk about what your thoughts are about the whole thing?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Woods. If it is more like a Moxie or a Village, a large crowd does descend about 2 in the morning. In fact, it causes us to shrink all of our officers into the center part of the city to make sure that people disperse without violence, and especially in the parking structures. So to me, it really depends more on how the club is run than it is necessarily on the presence of people, in moderate numbers. But it will cause us to continue to shrink our officers to the middle of the city to make sure that we're dealing with the problems that arise out of bar closing time.
And thank you very much. And so somebody reviewed their security plan. Does that, if this, is that sufficient? Or what's your opinion on your experience here?
Well, without having specifically read the details of that security plan, just from what I heard today, 7 is a significant number of security officers. Of course, it depends on how they're deployed and what exactly they're instructed to do, and that's why I think the training is very important. But with a fairly small space for people to park, that means that people are going to park distance, a little bit of a distance, which means they'll be walking to their cars, and which could create more noise than less noise. So that would be something we'd have to take a look at and be concerned about.
Do you think that you could re-look at the security plan and see if it's even possible, or do you think it's going to be, I know we have Moxie, which is right next to the village, and I have actually been to Palm Free, and I couldn't even talk over the dinner table. It was so bad. That's not what we want, and this club is designed very differently than what Moxie is. So I'm just curious if it's even doable, or you think it's not even doable to even look at that and try and mitigate it, or it's just off the table?
Yeah, should council want us to re-examine the plan, I would make sure that we do it in sufficient detail to determine the impact of crime and disorder on the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Chief, could I ask you?
Chief, while you're there, someone else? Okay, it's hard to see. So given, right, we have, Moxie and Village Pub, and now we have next to Bevmo, another club going in. And I do think a lot of people will park on Boulardo and going down those side streets. So I do think that will have an impact, not just on the apartment, but on those hotels. Do you feel now that you're confident we add a fourth to the mix of this size, that both the noise and sort of the police department, given staffing, can handle all that with whatever else may be going on at 1:30 to 2 in the morning?
Councilmember Corrs, I do have some concerns about that, because if you take the cumulative amount of patrons that are potential down there, you'd have a potential of 324 here. Moxie, as well as the Village, also have a significant number of patrons at nighttime, so that could range between 300 and 600 people at 2 o'clock in the morning down there. So I think we need to do a little bit more study to make sure that we're recognizing the potential impact on the neighborhood.
So from a staff question, given this is before us now, and more study might address my concerns, is there another path forward?
I'm not sure what you're looking for, Councilmember.
Well, yeah, I mean, you need to study it more to be able to answer that, and it's hard for me to vote that this makes a condition without that more study. That's less for you than maybe for the city attorney.
Yeah, counsel, I do believe it's your discretion. If you need more information before you're able to rule on the appeal, you can direct staff to get that information. We'd simply bring it back and you'd postpone a decision until then.
No, thank you.
Well, let me withdraw my motion. And because I do think we need a little more study, and I agree. I talked about downtown vibrancy, which I think is important, but I also think all the issues that we've talked about, we're trying to kind of band-aid it together, and we might need a more comprehensive look at it. And so I would suggest that we, unless people are totally opposed to it, that my motion would be to have staff reevaluate some of the issues that were brought up tonight and presented, and then come back to us, and I'll see if there's a second there.
Can I ask a question on that? So we've closed the public hearing, right? So we've just come back from further council discussion?
My recommendation would be to not continue the public hearing, but simply direct us to bring back the issues that you've identified in terms of noise, parking, pedestrian, et cetera. That way we don't have to go through the notification process all over again.
I'm okay. I'll second that. Although, Councilmember Woods, I think in addition, my direction would be to have staff attempt to have sort of the concerned nearby hotels and apartment and the applicant to try and have discussions on whether there are mitigation measures that could work, and to really look into the issue of the other issues that we discussed.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods? Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
No.
Motion carries 3-1.
All right. Then this issue is continued. The public hearing has been closed, and we'll come back for further discussion with council and staff. With that, we will move. We are at 11:10. We still have items 2B and 2C, which are public hearings to go through, and item 3C, which is not a public hearing, to go through. What is the pleasure of the council in terms of what actions we take with the rest of the evening?
I would ask staff what is urgent.
Yeah, Council, I do believe we can extend the CDBG without much consequence. The other item that we had for, let's see, 2C, the authorizing use of military equipment, I believe, was expected to be considered, if not adopted, by May 1st. I'm not sure the actual consequence of kind of introducing, but perhaps extending that item if council simply wasn't prepared to make a final decision there. And then the last item we have on the agenda, 3C, I believe is timely due to it being involving pending legislation.
There is pending legislation on 3C, and if we're not going to step forward, then the author of AB 2336 would need to look at other municipalities. So there is a time urgency associated with that one.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, if we can do that one and move the other two public hearings to the next meeting, I feel confident I could stay for that. For that last one.
If we've got a May 1st, we have a
the
May
military
1st.
use policy, I think, right, something had to happen by May 1st, but then we could have up to 180 days to adopt something. So I don't know exactly what the rule is on that.
I believe we got clarification from the city attorney that we need to start the process essentially, and I would argue that placing it on an agenda, putting materials out to the public constitutes starting. So to the extent that you want to table that to a future meeting or simply not consider it this evening and bring it back, I think we could certainly argue that we've started that process.
So would you be asking us to open 2C and then take a motion to defer to an upcoming meeting?
I don't think you need to open the public hearing tonight. As long as you continue the public hearing to a date certain, that would be sufficient, I believe.
Things head shake? Okay, thank you. Then item 2C, we would like to defer to a date certain. Would city manager like to make a recommendation on that date certain?
I think May 12th, the next available meeting, would be most appropriate.
All right, thank you. And we will move to item...
And 2B, we need to do the same, right?
Yeah. 2B, we will defer to a date certain, May 12th. And do we need to take votes on those?
I would recommend it, yes.
All right, then let's start with 2B, defer to date certain of May 12th. I'll make the motion, second by roll call.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Holstedge. Yes. Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
And Councilmember Woods is excused from this.
Okay, motion carries.
All right. Item 2C, defer until a date certain of May 12th.
I motion to defer.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Mayor Middleton?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. So that's 3A we have already dealt with. 3B we have deferred earlier. So we are now to 3C. Staff report, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'll introduce this one. We're here this evening to discuss AB 2336, which is a potential pilot speed safety program. So ultimately, there's been a bill introduced that would select a number of cities across California to have a pilot program where there would be photographic traffic enforcement devices installed. The bill currently includes some major cities: Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, Glendale, and this would potentially include Palm Springs, which is obviously a little different than some of those other cities mentioned, which I think just in terms of running a pilot offers value, right, to kind of capture a different community. Just want to give you a few details so you understand how this is working. I believe it's proposed to be a 5-year program from 2023 to 2028. There are some kind of specific parameters placed on the program as this legislation is currently drafted. It's to apply to no more than 15% of city streets and target areas where we have the highest rate of injury and fatality, streets known to have high speeds, and things like school zones. There is quite a bit of thought put into this to try to protect privacy and place other conditions. So I'll just reference a few of those rather than going through the entire what's in the staff report, but things like signs that would indicate to traveling motorists that there is photo enforcement, making sure the devices themselves have distinct markings. It would require trained employees to interpret the data, regular inspections, et cetera. There are some additional privacy protections in place. So, for instance, it requires a public information campaign for about 30 days. After activation, there would be 30 additional days where only warnings are issued. Photos would be targeting the rear license plate and specific to avoid capturing footage through windows. It would prohibit any use of facial recognition or anything like that. So no faces. It has some further consideration for fines, so they start at rather small, at least compared to some traffic fines, at $50 and only accelerate upwards of something like $500 in the event of pretty significant speeding infractions. Fines are also reduced in the case of lower income individuals who receive tickets, and then all the fines collected are meant to be put into additional traffic calming and other things. So that's kind of a snapshot of things. I would only further emphasize we've gone through a lot in promoting legislation to lower speeds, and in so doing, we've acknowledged that even small variations and reductions in speed, 5 miles an hour, can be the difference in some cases of life and death, especially with a pedestrian, a collision, bicyclist, or those kinds of things. So I think the premise here is really that in those areas where we have excessive speeding, a program like this, where we really promote that it's in place, has the potential impact to lower those speeds. There are even some conditions in the program, I believe, that say ultimately that if it doesn't work, if there isn't a measurable reduction, that we discontinue the program. So this really is an effort to validate this. Staff has done some other background work just to verify that these types of programs are currently allowed and used in other states, including some neighboring states. So this is, I think, new ground for California, but certainly not for surrounding states. Both of the states I've lived in previously, Colorado and Arizona, deploy these kinds of programs. I think there is some evidence of success, but this would attempt to validate that can be an effective program to reduce speed. So I know one of the reasons that Palm Springs is considered as one of the last communities to participate in this is because our mayor was discussing our participation with the author of this bill. So I'd like to turn it over to her for any additional comments and then to council for consideration.
So thank you. That was covered very well. Some of the provisions that are in the bill are ones that the ticket is to be similar to a parking ticket. It is assigned to the vehicle. It is not assigned to the driver. So there are no points that will be recorded on any driver's record as a result of any ticket that gets issued. The program regarding if it does not work in actually causing folks after the first year to reduce their speeds and tickets start to go down is specific to a street segment. So we might have to abandon one street segment but still be able to carry the program forward on others. There will be no identification of people. If there's no ticket issued, those records must be destroyed within 60 days. If there is a violation, then it can stay open on the record for as long as 120 days so as to resolve the violation, but then that has to be destroyed. I was present on Tuesday afternoon when this bill was heard in the Assembly Privacy and Committee, which was solely concerned with questions as to whether or not this issue would create any privacy concerns. There was a very large number of questions that came from the members. Ultimately, it was approved unanimously in that committee. I think this is a really good pilot at trying to address speed issues. I will make note of the one public comment that we got on this. This is only eligible on streets that the city of Palm Springs controls, and we will no doubt get questions from folks as to why Vistacino and Gene Autry are not able to be included. Those streets are owned and maintained by Caltrans, and that's not a street that would be eligible for the program. Everybody knows this is a passion of mine, but I think what Assemblymember Friedman did was frankly spend a tremendous amount of energy looking at how the red light cameras were handled, and as she describes it, this is the anti-red light camera bill. We have tried to learn from all of those lessons. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to be clear, so if we were to agree to this, we would definitely get to participate in the pilot program?
We are the last city that, and if we say yes, we're in.
Okay.
If the bill is ultimately approved by the legislature, and it still has some hurdles to get through.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comment?
Oh, do I have comments? First of all, I own a car, all right? It's registered to me. Somebody drives that car and they get it, it flashes. I don't get the ticket, the car gets the ticket, but the car is registered in my name, but I'm not driving it.
Same thing that happens when you get a parking ticket when you loan a car to somebody.
When you loan the car to someone, you get a parking ticket, right, because you're not getting points. So tickets can rack up when somebody's using it. I cannot support this. I absolutely, hands down, cannot support this. Ultimately, first of all, it's expensive. I have done this in the past. It's expensive. You have to put in all the equipment. You've got to hire your police. You've got to train your police. You've got to hire a staff person. You got to buy the equipment. You got to maintain the equipment. It's got to be calibrated. It's a lot of work and a lot of money and a staff and a police department that we're short on now. And the money that's collected from this is supposed to be used for traffic calming. But yet, I have been asking to put, and the budget's coming up, to put money in traffic calming to change the geometrics of our street, which ultimately will slow people down. But to give people tickets is not, they'll know where they're at. And actually, the statistics show that the ones that are fixed in place have much less efficiency than the ones that you move around. But I don't think this allows that. And since 2017 or before, the legislature, a few in the legislature, have been trying to get this through the process, and it's failed miserably on every front. And it's also failed from pedestrian groups, and it's failed from minority groups, because and they tried to fix it here by saying if you're a low income, you get your ticket reduced, is how that's very unfair. So if I'm speeding and I'm low income, I pay much less, right, than if I'm rich and I'm speeding. It makes no sense. I think it is, I cannot support this in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it will get us to speed reductions at all, and I think it's a huge expense when we can be putting that money towards traffic calming, which neighbors have been asking for the longest period of time. So my vote on this will be absolutely no.
Are there other comments? Councilmember Coors, I think I saw go first.
So a couple things. So my understanding from the staff report and reading I've done on this, so no one will get points from these. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there won't be points. Okay. And that the cost is all reimbursed to the city for money for traffic calming, correct?
Correct.
So there's no actual city cost to this. So I just want to make sure that was clarified, because that was my reading staff report. And from at least my reading, and I'm actually fine, I'm just a different view than Councilmember Woods on this, with people who are lower income shouldn't, there is a difference when the percentage of your daily paycheck that pays the exact same fine versus, so having lower rates when the impact for fines, I think, is not an unreasonable thing by any means. So I am inclined to support this. I appreciate your work on this, Mayor Middleton. I think a pilot project in one small city that heavily relies on visitors is very different than the other cities, and I think would be really helpful. And just reading all the studies that the CDC has on the very significant effectiveness in reducing pedestrian deaths, reducing collisions by up to 50%, the economic savings, the reduction in fatalities, and the privacy things that were added to this, I support this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just have a clarification question about the cost. So obviously there is money and there's a cost to installing all of this. So if that's the legislature would be paying for that because we're part of the pilot program?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so would the city pay for it up front and then get reimbursed? How does it work?
That is the question I don't have the answer
Okay.
to.
Okay.
That is how I read it, but that's my recollection from when I read the staff report, but maybe someone on staff knows the answer to that.
So I'm trying to look through the actual bill, and in the financial impact for the staff report, we did indicate that there could be some costs associated with installation, even to the extent some of the hard costs are reimbursed, unless there's also reimbursements for some of the soft cost personnel. It may take some additional cost to operate the program. I'm going to look to see if I can get some greater clarification on what might be reimbursed or what might not. And then bear in mind, if we do need personnel, I think we probably wouldn't want to dedicate existing personnel. We may want to request additional personnel, although we would also probably acknowledge, and the police chief could elaborate, that oftentimes it's the case that our officers are deployed in such a way that they don't get to dedicate significant time to traffic enforcement. So this would be one way of augmenting some of that. So it's probably a little bit in the middle in terms of it being an additional burden and an additional benefit.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for those clarifications. And it was a long staff report. There's a lot of information here. Traffic is definitely a big issue for a lot of people in Palm Springs. There's a lot of speeding, and so much of it does come from what Councilmember Woods is saying. And we have these really wide streets, and they just beg you to speed on them practically. So we do need to do those types of traffic calming, measures that he was mentioning. But this also, with the privacy issues it being addressed, with the needs of low-income people being addressed, it seems like a worthwhile pilot program to participate in. And it is a pilot program, right? We don't have to continue to do this if it's not working for us. So with the costs being limited because of the legislature's commitment, I'm willing to give it a try.
Councilmember Holland, do you want to comment?
No, I was going to ask the police chief, but I saw him nodding along to the city manager's comments about the burden on the police department and enforcement and implementation. So I think those questions are sufficiently answered. Thank you, chief. Thank you, Mayor Middleton, for bringing this forward and advocating for Palm Springs to be a participant in the pilot. Appreciate your work on this.
Any further comments? Go ahead.
I read the staff report and the bill very differently. I did not read in anywhere, and I could be wrong, and that we are not being reimbursed for any of this at all, and that any money that we make can, and I say make, right? I use the money, would have to be put back into administering the program and or put into traffic calming, but I didn't see anything that says that we would be reimbursed for all of these costs at all, and I could be wrong.
I'm also not seeing explicit language on reimbursement, although admittedly I haven't perused the total pages of the bill.
I believe we may be able to recover the cost from the fines once we get the program, but I think the city would probably have to front it unless the bill is amended to provide for grant funding.
There certainly was a tremendous effort to ensure that cities not benefit from tickets that were being issued, that they go to traffic calming. There are many, many horror stories out there of traffic enforcement being used as a revenue generator and also being used to target individuals, particularly individuals of color. And the author was very concerned not to create that kind of environment.
So I don't think, using tools like this, I don't think is a good or a bad thing. But this is I believe it's a 5-year program we're committing ourselves to. And it does take some administration. And many times you'll hire a third party to do that. And that third party many times has a financial interest in the whole process. So I just don't, it's not that I'm for or against this, I just don't know if Palm Springs should be a pilot. Other cities that are having big problems, which is in the literature, I don't know if that's us. I don't know if we have to be the pilot and burden the cost of that. Maybe we could be the beneficiary after all the work is done, and there's been a lot of stuff done on a national level on this, but not in California so much necessarily. I would prefer to be a beneficiary and use our money to improve our streets. So I think my point is clear. Thanks.
All right.
And Mayor and Council, if I could, on page 3, item 3C-9, letter K does seem to indicate use revenues from the speed safety system to recover program costs, comma, build traffic calming, et cetera. So that does appear to be an authorized use of the proceeds to recover costs. So that would cover reimbursement, but likely not upfront costs.
Not to belabor the point, but in terms of Palm Springs, in the last 51 months, 49 people have lost their life on our streets. That's a lot for a city of less than 50,000 people. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the process, the next steps? Clearly, there's council support to move forward. So could you just outline for us and the public the next steps? I am concerned about what the total, it's hard to approve something without knowing what the total cost to the city will be and implementation and what the recovery will look like. It's a pilot, so, you know, we might not have that data, but at least some analysis from the police department would be helpful to know that we have the bandwidth to do this within our department. So can you explain how you might bring that back?
So a couple of notes there. First, I think moving forward, what would likely happen is we'd report a positive vote of support, and then this bill would be amended to include Palm Springs as one of the specific communities listed. The language regarding reimbursement appears fairly broad. What we don't know is what the cost of the equipment and personnel and those things might be compared to whatever revenue is generated. And so that would be the big question in terms of how far proceeds would go, both in offsetting costs and then into any traffic calming that would likely come after recovery of costs. It would really take more time than I think we have, frankly, to get that kind of information, especially given that this is a new pilot and we can't rely on neighboring communities to evaluate their programs. Although they do occur in many other states, and we could probably find that eventually, I'm not sure that we could in time to have Palm Springs participate in the pilot.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying our support would be contingent. I think there will be a motion and there'll be council support, majority from participating in the pilot. But my question is, if the bill is passed and signed into law, what would be the next steps of what would come in front of city council to approve the cost allocation, to have Palm Springs Police Department assess the budget implications and the required staffing? You know, my sense is what's been said about the bill's intent is that the costs would not cover, that the fine amounts would not cover the costs of purchasing the equipment and installing it, and then the salary or the staffing costs of implementing.
So my understanding is the program is not meant to create a windfall for cities to remove any motivation that this could be a source of revenue, that rather it's a source of traffic enforcement with the potential added benefit of improving roadways and traffic calming. So I think next steps would be depending on level of costs. We might need council approval for certain kinds of procurement, but even if that weren't necessary, if it were council's preference to evaluate the program, that we bring it back and with an estimated total cost. You know, there's also some ambiguity, as I understand it. It says not more than 15% of the streets. Well, you know, what exactly does that mean? We may have an opportunity to scale that if that's a maximum and there isn't a minimum. So if it's your desire, we could simply bring it back in total and say this is what we think we need in terms of hard costs for equipment, personnel, and then we could evaluate as the pilot rolls out and tickets are ultimately issued. We could also report back on how effective it is at offsetting costs.
Thank you. I would support that process.
All right. So I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? I think there's two things we're looking at doing here in the motion, and I just want to make sure we're clear. One is to approve participation in the pilot program, which I believe is 5 years, and the second one is to write a letter of support. Is that correct? So I'm just wondering if in that letter of support, we can work with the author to try and get funding, for it, since it's still going through the process.
There will be an opportunity through the conversations with staff and the like to cover that question. I don't want to put a poison pill into our letter of support.
I think that's right. I think I trust the mayor to work with staff and the author to work on those issues. And by the way, I'll just say thank you to the mayor for advocating to include a city like Palm Springs, because these were much larger cities where maybe the cost is marginal for their city budgets or for their police departments. And then, but it's really important to address pedestrian safety and public safety on the roads in cities like Palm Springs that are not just those urban large cities that frequently get more state attention. So thank you for bringing that forward. So yeah, I would support not putting poison pill or any negative language in the letter of support, but trusting the mayor to work with the author to resolve those issues. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstage?
Yes.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods? No. Motion carries 4-1.
Right. Thank you. We've now moved to City Council and City Manager comments, reports, and agenda development. Next item is City Council and City Manager opportunity to talk about upcoming meetings, which feels like it's going to be in about an hour and a half.
So, Council, I'm happy to talk about the next few meetings. We do have the future meetings document, but it's pretty simple in this case. We have 2 meetings potentially scheduled for budget study sessions. So just to prepare everyone, this is the start of what will turn out to be a 4-week in a row. We'll have a council meeting, just the way the schedule worked out with study sessions. Next 2, April 25th, which is next Monday. Materials went out this evening, kind of summarizing some of the budget discussion we'll have. May 4th is really meant to be the extension of that conversation, so we'll see how much we get done on the 25th, and it's possible that that May 4th session may not be necessary and that our remaining budget conversation could be incorporated into regular meetings. If not, we'll have those 2. And then the 12th, which was a little light on items, is no longer light on items because we're carrying over a number of things from this evening. So that really takes us through the next few meetings. May 26th is a little far out at this point. We've seen changes are pretty common even for the meeting immediately in front of us. So I would encourage you not to look too closely at that date. That is likely to change between now and then. Happy to take any direction from council.
Any further direction? Councilmember Holstage.
What does Ride of Silence presentation mean? No? I would just ask, and I'm sure it's important.
I can answer that question, yes. The Rite of Silence is a cycling event that's going to take place on May 18th, and it is in memorial for cyclists who have been killed on the roadways. We have a number of individuals who are very active in that movement, and a very close friend of one of our planning commissioners was killed by a hit-and-run cyclist not long ago. And so it's just simply going to be a very, I don't think it will actually take 10 minutes, but it will be an opportunity for the cycling community to come in and make note of when their event's going to take place on May 18, as well as give an opportunity not only for cyclists, but for others to be supportive.
Thank you.
So I'd like to add a presentation either like on the 12th, I think, or the 26th, whatever works, and we have to work it out with, but I'd like to get a presentation for all the work that we've been doing over the years on the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission and what's happened, because we were buying land just this last week. We bought land here in Palm Springs, and I don't think anybody even knows about it. And I don't want to regurgitate it, and it's best to come from somebody on that staff, if that's okay, on their staff. And we'd have to coordinate that with them, so I haven't done that coordination work yet, if it's okay with everyone.
All right. If there's nothing else, at 11:45, we will adjourn. We will be back here next Monday evening for a study session on the budget at 5:30 p.m. Our next regular meeting will be on May 12 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. And please stay safe.